Okay, check 1 2, check 1 2. Testing, testing. Sorry for getting started later than I was hoping. Again, I do that, But I've been sick, so if my voice goes out, if I sound weird, just don't let me know. I already know. But I just got back from Texas with my wife. We went to Dallas. We went to Waco, and we went to Austin. I've never been to Austin or Waco. It was a very cool place. Some things, some quirks, but a lot of great things too. So, um, it was a very good trip. But my wife got sick about halfway through, and with a cold. It's not COVID or anything like that. I've had that. This is not that. And then I thought I dodged the bullet. I didn't get sick, and then I did get sick. She got me sick. So I am feeling much better, but I am still like, my voice is still messed up, and I still have like to clear my throat. But show goes on. It is going to be a great stream tonight, I think. There was no stream last week because I was in Texas. There was no Discord call last week. There will be a Discord call this week. But the stream tonight is an interesting one because I had a stream planned that I was going to discuss, and it was going to be John Vervaeke and Ian McGilchrist's Theolocution on Kurchai Mungal's channel. I listened to that while I was in Texas, and that was a great stream, and I was planning on discussing it tonight. I will probably discuss it next week because it was great. But someone sent me a stream that John Vervaeke did with Michael Levin on a channel called The Meaning Code, and it looks like it's run by a woman named Karen Wong, and it was great, and it was very relevant to tonight because tonight is the start of Yom Kippur, and Yom Kippur is the holiest day in the Jewish calendar every year. It is not a happy holiday. People say it's somber because it's the day of repentance. It's like the day of atonement. You're supposed to repent for your sins, confess them to God, work on, bettering yourself for this new year, because the Jewish New Year was 10 days ago in Rosh Hashanah. And so I've been thinking a lot about just morals and responsibilities and things like that tonight and lately, just because of this holiday. And because the stream that was sent to me addresses that in a holistic way. It addresses meaning. It addresses hierarchies of beings. It addresses moral responsibilities of those beings in that hierarchy. And these are topics that are not discussed very much in the scientific narrative, and I talk about that a lot. And this is a fascinating discussion because you have a leading biologist discussing these concepts with, essentially a philosopher. But we're going to get into everybody's background per usual. But these topics are inevitable, and they will eventually come up in scientific discussions, whatever that means. I like I've said before, I think scientific is really a tone. It's like a mood. It's like that's rock and that's country and that's rap. But what makes it country? What makes versus rap? They both are songs, and they both talk about the same types of things sometimes. But the science and is usually kind of substitute for the word truth a lot of times, and so is religion. And I think that that's wrong, but I understand why that is. And they are discussing in these streams wisdom versus knowledge. And I was listening to briefly a live stream today that Brian Keating did for Yom Kippur, and he was talking about how science and the Torah or the Bible kind of coincide, and how they might be related in some ways, but not in the ways that people try to make them related. And he was saying that Torah is wisdom, or Scripture is wisdom, and science is knowledge. And I was thinking about this, and I was like, everybody's trying to rectify or reconcile, I will say, wisdom and knowledge, religion and science, all the time. And you could say religion, science and spirituality. Okay, that's probably better. And this is actually a necessary thing, I think, to resolving what is a focus of many people these days, including this channel, but also especially John Vervaeke, is the meaning crisis that seems to be pervasive in our society these days. And that I think John Vervaeke called it a wisdom famine is the cause of the meaning crisis. And it's a great way of stating that, and made me think, though, of like when Brian Keating was saying, one thing is wisdom, one thing is knowledge. I was like, how do you reconcile these? It's almost like they have to be, but they also can't in the way that we keep trying. It reminded me of quantum mechanics and general relativity. And it's probably the same kind of thing going on, actually. It's about context, always. And the way in which you reconcile spirituality, which is wisdom. If spirituality is worth anything, then it's wisdom. That is what it is. It is about how to apply what you know, your knowledge, to the situations of sentient beings, including yourself and others, and interactions with others. And that is something that we really struggle with outside of religious communities. And the reason for that is because science, the scientific narrative, has been so evasive of any kind. There's multiple problems of, for one, trying to overtly make moral claims. And it's funny because it's become anti-moral claims, and in doing so, it has become almost like a dogmatic community when it comes to morals. It's like, we don't talk about that, and you must say that, and we abandon any kind of questioning on that for the sake of this, and it is become exactly what it's trying not to do in the worst way. It's made moral judgments by excluding certain ideas. It ends up excluding certain people, and by chastising the people who espouse those ideas or question certain things, it makes itself into this dogmatic moral pursuit, but it's unintentional. It's like when you're trying to be anti-racist and you become racist, or you try to be anti-fascist, you become fascist. Don't be anti. And we'll talk more about that later again, because it comes up. But you have to formulate, you have to build, you can't, and define yourself by that which you don't believe in, because then you're still defined by that which you don't believe in. Define yourself by what you believe in. And you can only build ideas on foundations that you believe in, not build ideas on foundations of things that you disbelieve. Otherwise, you're just building on the thing that you don't agree with. And this is not a concept that is understood at large, but it is something that it is critical for individuals to try and, understand. It's something that it's a trap. But because of the inevitability of moralizing that happens in everything, religion, science, politics, it all is becoming the same. Every field is unifying, every subject is entangling, and as you get towards a theory of everything, this is what happens. And because of that, you can't have this differentiation anymore. And because moralizing is unavoidable in all of these areas, you must try to address these ideas properly. And there is a way to do it better than trying to avoid it and failing, because you will fail if you try and avoid it. That doesn't mean that there's a way to do it perfectly for us. We're not God. But we're going to talk about it tonight because it comes up. But I think this is going to be an awesome stream. It might be a long one. There's two. This is actually this stream tonight is on two different streams that were on this channel, the Meaning Code, with John Vervaeke and Michael Levin. And I'm big fans of both of them. I have not seen any other videos on this channel, but I will say that the interviewer Karen Wong asked incredibly good questions, and I expect that her content is great. So links to the original streams are below, and I highly recommend subscribing to that channel. But backgrounds, real quick, before we jump into it. Because each of these streams that we're discussing tonight is about an hour, and so if you add up those two, it's still less time than most single streams that I discuss are. Actually, the most single streams I discuss are at least 2 hours, maybe 3 or 4. But this is just 2. So, Michael Levin. Everybody says he's going to win the Nobel Prize. He might for his work in cancer research. I don't think that... I think that I have some... I'm not going to say I have disagreements because I don't know what his thoughts are, but sentient singularity theory, my theory, predicts the existence of something called a corporism, and I think planaria worms are that, and he does a lot of work with planaria worms, which are these worms that if you cut them into a bunch of pieces, it forms a bunch of new ones, which to me suggests they're like cellular corporations more so than they are like sentient beings or sentient singularities. And so I don't think that they're going to prove as useful for like limb regeneration and stuff as they might seem, but I could be wrong. But I think his ideas on cancer research and electrical fields being responsible for or helping contextualize, cellular structures and organizing them into the shapes and things that they need to be in. I think that that's brilliant, and that probably could win the Nobel Prize. He does great work. So this is his Wikipedia page. He's an American developmental and synthetic biologist at Tufts University. It's funny just to read synthetic biologist. Like that's like a contradiction almost. He is the director of the Allen Discovery Center at Tufts University and Tufts Center for Regenerative and Developmental Biology. He is also co-director of the Institute for Computationally Designed Organisms. Harvard and Tufts. Jewish. I'm just saying that because it's Yom Kippur. He is known for co-discovering xenobots, which we're going to discuss. Living robots made from frog skin cells that can sense their environment and maneuver, and he talks about the creativity of them in this stream that we're going to discuss. But that is Michael Levin. Now, John Vervaeke is pretty new to me, but I've delved in, guys. Like, huge fan of his a lot of his work and the things that he says. I I think that he's onto a lot. So is everybody who I'm discussing in the stream. Um, but I'm just very impressed with his work. I'm going to try to eventually have both of these guys on when I get a new computer. Link to Patreon is below, but goal is to start doing some interviews by the beginning of next year that are more edited and stuff like that. Well, before the end of this year, I will have a video come out that is discussing my paper, and that will be edited. It's not going to be live. But then after that, starting next year, we will have on some interviews. I have a list. Both of these guys are on it. And they seem pretty open to going on a lot of streams and even smaller channels. So that makes me optimistic. I really appreciate that, by the way. Both of these men seem to have a lot of humility. Seem to express a lot of humility. But where's John Vervaeke? Does he have a Wikipedia? No. Okay, but he has a website. Right here. John Vervaeke's academic interests include wisdom, mindfulness, meditation, relevance realization, which is a great statement or term that he says a lot. It basically means what I call context awareness or construct awareness. General intelligence and rationality. He's currently teaching these courses at the Cognitive Science, Psychology, and Buddhism, Psychology, and mental health programs. Cognitive science, science of mindfulness, thinking and reasoning, higher cognitive processes. Cool. Areas of competence. Philosophy of mind, philosophy of science, history of philosophy, epistemology. All right. Without further ado, let's get into it. Fasting for about 21 more hours. Hope all are well. Love from Carolina. Well, I hope you have an easy fast. I am fasting as well. You fast on Yom Kippur. I will say, like, when I was still an atheist, self-described atheist, when I was in college, my very first truly, like, spiritual experience, and I don't know what, like, I hadn't had an interest in physics that was deep yet. I mean, I read, like, I watched a lot of videos and stuff, but I didn't learn about quantum mechanics. I just watched a lot of, like, Stephen Hawking's Into the Universe and stuff at the time. And it was a different kind. I didn't have a desire to understand. I just wanted to know what, these people, I assumed these people understood, which I don't think that they understand, actually. But I was fasting on Yom Kippur, and it was very late at night, and I was by myself, just like sitting on the floor of my apartment in college, and I was like cleaning and taking care of my animals. I have lots of snakes, if you don't know, and I was like taking care of my snakes, and I was thinking about math, and I was watching this show at the time called Numbers, and it's about, like, this guy, math savant, who helps, like, the FBI, and also another show, I forgot what it's called, but it's about, like, an autistic kid that can, like, predict crazy events. And oh man, it's with the guy who played in 24, but I forgot. what it's called. But it only had one season, but it was good. But I was really into it for some reason. I was like super drawn to this, and even though I did like math at the time, actually, finally. But and I was very good at probability, like spooky good. But uh, but I was not like, I didn't understand like how any of this could be possible. And not saying that it is. I'm just saying I just like the show. And I was thinking, though, a lot about math at the time because I was watching these two shows and I was also taking a probability class, and I was just invested in it, and I was fasting. And fasting does a lot. It it's very rare that people go 24 hours in the West without food. Even homeless people sometimes don't go 24 hours without food, if depending on where they live. And um, that is a rare thing these days, and that was not always a rare thing, in human history. And when you don't, you put yourself in a state where something is, your body is in, it's not comfortable, and it starts seeking to be comfortable, but to, in this case with food, it's like it has to get something in order to do it. It's not just like you're trying to find a warm spot or like a cooler spot. It's like you need food and you need to like hunt or gather in order to get it. And so you start focusing a lot more deeply and quiets your mind in a way that is very rare for us to experience in the modern world. And it was probably the first time that I fasted the full 24 hours. And I just like, I remember having this like epiphany that God was math and that God was a mathematician. At the same time, God was math and was a mathematician. And it was like a profound idea to me at the time. And it was the first truly like spiritual experience I had. I will say it didn't turn me into like a believer or anything like that. After the next day after I ate, I probably forgot about it. But it was like the first glimpse of God that I probably ever got. And it was on Yom Kippur. So this is the anniversary of that. I don't know how many years ago that was. It was probably 2012, 2013, probably 2012. No, it was 2013. And so how many years is like almost 10 years. It's cool. I recommend fasting sometimes. It's very good for you too. Not to do it all the time, but you should. Our body never experiences any stress. You get in a warm shower, you drink beverages that are exactly the temperature that you want them to be, you eat food that is exactly the temperature that you want it to be, you set your, thermostat to the temperature that you want it to be, you wear clothes that make your body the temperature that you want it to be, and you eat food whenever you're hungry of whatever kind that, you can be craving. It's just crazy how out of touch we are with the context of the world around us. And that is going to come in to relevance in the stream that we're about to watch, because it's very important. And they talk about it. So this is, without further ado, probably said that, but this is the meaning code. Good name. My very first YouTube channel was called Math of Meaning. It was like, I know it's similar to Maps of Meaning, but it's not the same thing. But this is the first stream that we are going to discuss right here. No, not that one. It is, where is it? John Vervaeke. And I don't know. This is the second one though, and I have them linked, so I'll show them to you obviously, but I can't find it here. But you can find it. It's just her first stream with them, and I think it was in June. So I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. But then this recent one was 7 days ago. So first clip. I am going to try and go a little bit quickly because there's so many great clips. I am going to go in order of the streams too. So this first one is about the first stream that they did.
4 E's of Cognition and the 4 P's of Knowing. And also from his 50-episode series called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis.
So one thing I want to just touch on that's mentioned in this first clip, but we don't even have to watch it, is that this is one of my favorite things of John Vervaake's, is these 4 P's of knowing. And she also mentions the 4 E's of cognition. I don't think he made those up. I think I Googled them, but he might have. But still, it just shows me that he's onto something. This is not relevant. But these are the 4 primary perspectives that are the foundation of sentient singularity theory, and I believe that they are the foundation of orienting beyond relativity. And these are the 4 E's of cognition. These are the 4 P's of knowing. And there's obviously, we all know, there's 4 fundamental forces in physics, and there's all kinds of 4 things, 4 chord songs, all kinds of stuff. But these 4 P's of knowing are participatory, perspectival, procedural, and propositional. And these 4 E's of cognition are embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended. And what is fascinating is every single time that I test any of these 4 things, whatever they may be, 4 chords even, it doesn't matter, 4 fundamental forces in physics. So this would be gravity, and then do the strong force. I'm not saying that this is actually the right order, but and then this would be the weak force, I think. And then outside would be electromagnetism, and this would be the strong force, I think. The nuclear force. Pretty sure. But this actually, I think, is probably the right order. But they will correspond to these. And what's interesting about these 4 primary perspectives is, as I've stated before, is that they define each other. They are defined by themselves. So oneness is outside and inside of separateness. Outside is separate from oneness. Inside is separate and oneness. Separate is inside or outside of oneness. So they are self-defining. They're completely entangled. As soon as one exists, they all exist. Because you have oneness here, and oneness is outside and inside of separateness, that means that within just this, you have oneness, outside, inside, separate. Okay, so you have all of them within that are able to be deduced from each of them, essentially. So this shows you the relationships between these various perspectives, and I would imagine that these and these and these even will correspond to the relationships of these as well, and it seems to be the case whenever you actually start to look at these at least. And these are new to me. I don't know exactly what they mean, but I mean, enacted, procedural. This is like you're doing something. Embedded. It's like that's kind of self-explanatory. Embodied, participatory. You're participating. You are embodying something while you participate in it, and it's in you at that point. You could say embedded is like it's embedded in the fundamental reality that you have to navigate. So that's outside. Enacted, you could say separate, procedural. It's like you have to make choice almost. And oneness, extended, that's obvious. And then propositional knowing, I would imagine that is correct. It's like just truth, kind of. But gravity is basically, I think, all of these together. Just like oneness is basically all of these. Extended is basically all of these. Propositional is kind of, I would say, probably all of those. It's known through all those. Let me see. Propositional knowing. Propositional knowledge. We mean knowledge of a proposition. For example, if Susan knows that Alyssa is a musician, she has knowledge of the proposition that Alyssa... See, it's almost like self-defined. And that it's like, how does she know that Alyssa is a musician? She knows it because these. She knows what a musician is. She, is able to perceive Alyssa, or whatever the woman's name is, being a musician. She knows what a musician is through enacting it or trying, if she's not that musically talented. But this pattern is everywhere, and it's to me, I mean, obviously I think that my work is good, otherwise I wouldn't be continuing it. But the fact that whenever I see somebody like John Vervaeke come to a pattern that matches with those four primary perspectives, it's validating of their work to me. And because I don't know what that would be, because of these, I could make this kind of statement. But next clip. This is an incredible statement, and I think it's great. This is very important. John Vervaeke hits the nail on the head in this, and he says something. I shared an article today that was in Big Think, one that, I don't know, it's like what it would be called. The organization that just shares a bunch of content about science and thoughts and philosophies and stuff.
Biology.
And they basically said, is physics broken? There's always a lag on this computer when I hit pause, so that's why I struggle with pausing always. But and they talked about it in this article, and it's something that Eric Weinstein talks about a lot, and string theorists are reluctant to discuss. And it is insane how obvious it is, though, that physics has completely stalled. And John Vervaeke calls it out here very well. And what he does is something that's very important. He doesn't just say that something's broken. He also says something that you can build on, and I'm not going to say what that is. I'm going to let him say it. But that is that's very important in any kind of statement is that you make is don't only be a critic, because then you're just anti, and then you're nothing. So this is John Vervaeke on physics.
Science right now. I think physics is. I do think it also gives some evidence to a claim I've made a little bit more humorously, but some seriousness in it. That I think biology is the philosophically important science right now. I think physics is philosophically overrated. There hasn't been significant theoretical advance in a long time, where biology is generating ideas that almost immediately, percolate out into cognitive science, other areas and other domains. And so I just also wanted to compliment Mike on his work. I've read some of your papers, and I just wanted to say we'll probably differ in detail, but I think in broad strokes, there's a lot of convergence. I am very, very grateful to Karen for introducing me to your work, because
I totally agree with what he said. And, I watched Brian Keating's recent stream with Eric Weinstein, and Eric, it's not the most positive stream, but Eric is basically just saying things that he thinks are wrong. And I understand his frustration, so I'm not ripping on anybody, but you have to offer solutions. You can't just complain that things are broken. And I think Eric has done quite a service by calling out, rightly so, that physics is broken and stalled. There's something deeply wrong with it, and the people who are physics spokespeople the ones that speak to the rest of us about what's going on in physics, are either hiding the fact that it's totally stalled, or they are oblivious to the fact that it's totally stalled. And it doesn't really matter which, because neither one is helpful. Eric has basically rightly called out that we are super stalled, and there's something also deeply wrong. And he's talked about how it looks almost artificial how much we've stalled, and I agree with that, but we're not going to talk about it on the stream because that's a whole nother theory. You can watch my UFOs versus WASPs stream if you want to hear more about that. But you can't just call out that something isn't working. This was something that I discussed when Tim Nguyen or Tim Nguyen, I think is how you pronounce his name. If I messed it up, I apologize. But wrote the criticism of Eric Weinstein's geometric unity, and it was just a criticism. And I don't think that that's actually it's not that you can't critique things, but you can't claim. There was more claims made outside of that paper by him that you can't claim by just being a critic. And this is the problem with skepticism, and it's also the problem with the news and everything else in the side of society that rightly realizes that institutions are failing and not admitting it. And usually the right, if you're looking at this from a political perspective. But the problem is that you have to offer an alternative by which people can start building ideas on. And you can't just say physics is broken. Okay, so how is it broken? And if it is broken, then how do we fix it? And I think that what John Vervaeke said here is the way in which we move forward. If you're going to pay attention, if you're not going to go outside of academia, then you have to stay, looking at people who are still doing breakthrough groundbreaking work, and that is being done in biology. And you can see that with the work of Michael Levin and Sarah Walker and what's his name? Assembly theory, the guy who made assembly theory. Not Lee Smolin. That's but it's something Lee. I forgot, but I'll remember it in a second. But he is the creator of assembly theory. He did a stream that I commented on with Sarah Walker on Lex Fridman's podcast. But that work is incredible. His assembly theory is... I'm going to have to look this up. I literally knew it probably an hour ago. The fact that his name, for some reason, makes me think of Lee Smolin is the reason why I always forget this guy's name. I should not be forgetting it. But it's... if anybody knows it in the chat, please state it. Dang. Oh, here it is. Lee Cronin. That's why I always think of Lee Smolin. It's Lee Cronin. So Lee Cronin, I think he does a lot of work in assembly theory. I don't know if he created it, but his ideas on the past being basically an assembly of entangled events and or of states, I guess you could say, states of the universe, is brilliant and accurate, and the right way to think about the fundamental structure of time, or of generativity, like of growth in the universe. So if you look at, for instance, sentient singularity theory, model of the cosmological verse, and you see this universe is building, and these are states, essentially entangled states of, the universe. So this is the past of this, because this is built on this, and this could not exist without this. So it's like different fundamental view of time that is it's, if you're going to try and overcome relativity, that is how you do it. But that comes from biology and kind of chemistry too. It's not coming from physics. And Eric Weinstein states a lot. He's like, well, physics is broken, but what we need to do is we need to just give physicists lots of money and leave them alone. Let me tell you something. Physicists are paid, okay? I'm not saying that, they don't deserve to be paid. They do deserve to be paid. Everybody deserves, to be paid if they're doing some kind of work, but actually I would say physicists are not doing very much work. But they, they have families. But you can't just throw money at this at a problem. Otherwise, Google would have saved the world, and they didn't. They made a shittier search engine, and that's what they do every year. They make an even shittier search engine. So, money is not what it's about. And when he says this is the most accomplished community, like look at what we did, what the physicists did, and last century. This is not the same community. Those guys are dead. The only one left is like Penrose. Okay, and he's like the end of the era. And then you have a bunch of physicists that have basically not done much of anything from a theoretical standpoint. That doesn't mean that, there haven't been experimentational and and engineering breakthroughs, but they're from a theoretical standpoint and a fundamental model standpoint, there's been no breakthroughs since the last revolution, 100 years ago or whatever. And it wasn't 100 years ago, but it was decades. And that means, like, if they're failing, what do we do? Well, biologists and even some chemists, it seems, but biologists especially, like Michael Levin and Sarah Walker, they're basically the best physicists that there are out there right now. I mean, I look at Sarah Walker's ideas, and I listen to her ideas, and I listen to the work that's being done by Michael Levin, and both of them are very similar in a lot of conclusions to what I'm, drawing. And this is physics. It's metaphysics. But, if you're going to differentiate physics and metaphysics, we should have cut it at general relativity, and everything from the standard model forward is going to be metaphysics. But it's like they don't even know that. So that just shows like how unaccomplished the field is. But so where do you look? You look to biologists and people making progress. And the issue is there is a number of people making progress outside of academia, like me, and there is a number of people outside academia making progress, and it's hard to filter which ones are worthy of paying attention to, and that's a multifaceted problem to address, and I understand that. So if you're going to look within the academic, credentials, within the pool of people with academic credentials, we're going to start going towards the people who are working on solving problems of biology. And those problems are going to trickle down. And we're going to talk about it. They're also going to trickle up. We're going to talk about that. So, here, next clip. They do talk about intelligence versus cognition. I'm not going to show it. But basically, intelligence is kind of our general relativistic way of looking at and measuring cognition. And then I'm not saying this is what they said, but this is what the truth is. And they said something kind of similar. But intelligence is stuck in relativity. So when we say, intelligence, what is intelligence? That's like saying mass, or like speed, or strength, force, size. It's like that. But then cognition is different. Cognition is the standard model. And intelligence is general relativity. So that's what I will say on that. 3 meaning questions. Next clip.
And you're focusing on 3 questions foundational to the study of meaning. And John, when I read these 3 questions, I just thought, it sounds like they're talking about relevance realization. So John, you can tell me whether I'm right or not, okay?
I thought the same thing when I read it.
So you're talking about those 3 questions. How do living systems distinguish between components of their environments, considering some to be objects worthy of attention and others to be background that is safely ignored? And how do living systems switch their attentional focus from one object to another? And how do they create and maintain memories of past events, including past perceptions? So, John, when you talked about relevance realization, you said you held that at the human level. But I think that Mike and Chris are talking about this scale-free idea when they're talking about it. So what would you do with that, John?
Well, I would add one more thing. I think there's a question of how the memory is accessed and coordinated is also a significant problem. Memory is not just sort of a lookup table. So I would add that in. I guess for me, I've already sort of indicated that I'm not opposed to extending the ideas of relevance realization outside of human cognition. I agree with Mike about the very real possibility of the multiple realizability of cognition intelligence, that we don't have to have a particular substrate. I have another assumption, but I don't think Mike violates it, that relevance realization depends on being implemented by an autopoietic system, because I think only self-making systems properly can have needs. Without needs, it does not make sense to talk about relevance or importance or any of the synonyms. So I would add that in as well. But as far as I can tell, Mike is already in agreement with that in powerful ways. The issue I don't know if there's an issue of disagreement here, because I'm facing what you might call, I think that the mechanisms, the trade-off processes by which relevance realization occurs, and I've been arguing this since 2012, are so similar, perhaps isomorphic, to how the evolution of species occurs, the selection and variation processes, replication, a feedback cycle, etc. And in fact, that for me has been a basis of a claim for that some of our knowing isn't done through representation, but by actually instantiating the very principles within our cognition that are extant and powerful in reality. So I'm already deeply committed to that. I suppose it may therefore be, and Mike, you can correct me on this, but I suppose it may be a difference of degree rather than kind. I'm interested in the kind of relevance realization that we're finding difficult to give to artificial intelligence, the kind of relevance realization that makes for, as I said, a problem solver that can solve a wide variety of problems in a wide variety of domains in a way that is somehow integrated and unified. It's not chaotic or random.
Okay, so the reason why this was how this project started. This whole project was not me. Sentient singularity theory was not even an attempt to have a theory of everything or physics or anything. It wasn't even supposed to have a name until recently. Within the past year, I think I realized it needed a very specific name that was missing from the pool of names of theories of everything that have been proposed, and that's why I gave it a name. But this project, though, originally just started with me trying to understand artificial general intelligence and its inevitable goals. And that led to trying to understand what is consciousness, what is general intelligence, what causes us and any sentient being to be able to be dropped into different scenarios and have, and be able to realize the relevance of the data that they are encountering and the experiences that they are navigating. And what it is it's self-awareness. And what that is it's sentience, which is feelings. You need feelings. Feelings are the finality of a thought. You look at something, you see somebody, I don't know, scrape their knee, and you're like, okay, that person, maybe they tripped on black ice, walking down the sidewalk in the winter. They scrape their knee. You see that, and you're like, okay, I don't want to walk there because if I walk there, I will slip, and if I slip, I will scrape my knee, and I know what it feels like to scrape my knee, and that's how I know I don't want to do that. Because if you don't have the feelings that allow you to orient and make decisions, then what happens is you'll just look at somebody slipping on their bum, and you'll maybe think it looks like a good time. Maybe you won't. I mean, you wouldn't even think it looks like a good time. You'll just think it looks like something. I mean, you have, if you don't have feelings in this, then you can't know whether or not that's a good time or that is a a crap time, like something you want to avoid or something you want to pursue. And because you've scraped your knee in the past, you know what it feels like to scrape your knee. So therefore, you know you don't want to scrape your knee, and therefore you know not that you don't want to walk over there. And it is your feelings that finalize that thought process and allow you to orient in a manner that would allow for decision making, essentially, or at least navigation, general navigation, or relevance realization, as John Vervaeke states it. This is why our current artificial intelligence neural networks and things that we have are not actually able to achieve general intelligence, because they have no ability to feel anything. And that makes them not entities. They're not real. I mean, they're not... I mean, yeah, you could say if anything is real, then sentience is real. And anything, if that isn't sentient is less real, I would say. I don't even want to say that there's things that aren't real, but there are, I mean, maybe, but in this case, I would say, I am more real than this water bottle. I am more real than this computer. This computer is not doing anything. People will say, no, it's processing information. Sabine Hassenfelder would be like, all you need is to have a detector in order to make a measurement. You don't actually need, a sentient being to make an observation. You can just have a machine do it. No, you can't. Because your computer doesn't do anything without you. That computer doesn't even exist without you. And it doesn't process any information without you either. It might run a calculation because you pressed a button, but if you don't actually interpret the information, interpret what is being calculated, then it's not even information. Information informs someone about things, okay? And if it doesn't inform someone, then it isn't information. So this is the problem that this is the answer to the issue that he's describing with our current artificial intelligence is not able to achieve general intelligence, which is the problem here is the word intelligence. It's just out of context, but there's no cognition happening by our sentient by our artificial intelligence algorithms. They're just equations. When you write 2 plus, when you have a calculator and you calculate 2 plus 2 equals 4, like that is just as aware as AlphaGo that beat the world champion Go player. Like that algorithm is not any more aware than your calculator is. It's just a math equation. You're not just a math equation. And we're going to talk about that because she brings it up and she says something brilliant. She didn't come up with it, but I don't know who did, but some physicist that she's apparently speaking to. But we're going to talk about what true fundamental computation really is, if it's anything. Next clip. This is Michael Levin, again, brilliant. This is what I mean by this next clip shows where biology is going to. Biologists are new physicists.
Specific life histories or specific compositions. So I want a way to understand cognition and intelligence that does not require that we have a brain of a familiar mammalian organization that would work with alien life. It would work with synthetic life. It would work with artificial intelligence. We should have a framework that is able to look at these things regardless of what they're made of or how they got here, meaning designed, evolved, or some combination. So I tend to stretch these concepts from cognition, like cognition, intelligence, and so on. I stretch them onto systems that maybe some people find surprising that one would use these terms, but I think we can talk about why one would do that.
So, well, I'm just going to pop in here for a second because I was reading a paper that I think that you did together with Chris Fields. I've got the notes here, and I just have it was a paper with Chris Fields, so I'm assuming you were also on it. Where you're talking about meaning and you're focusing on 3 questions foundational to the study of meaning. And John, when I read these 3 questions,
we already talked about that part, but a bit, not exactly, but the part after it. But what Michael Levin says here is like where he's saying, I'm looking for a model that is brain independent, a model of cognition that is brain independent. This is what I say all the time to people. There's this meme that I have that I send to my friends and family, and if you've ever seen Independence Day, I'm probably going to use this on the stream a lot from here on, but there's a part where the guy who is supposedly abducted by aliens is like hearing that the aliens are now invading, and he's like talking to his kid, and he's like, I've been saying it for 10 damn years, and I've been saying it, Miguel. I've been saying it. And like, it's a hilarious part to me. I don't know why, but it's become like just my favorite meme, and I made it. And this is the meme. Been saying it. And I have been saying exactly what he is kind of stressing in this, which is that we need to start thinking of cognition. So we need to abandon intelligence right now as like a concept that is fundamentally important. It's not, but nobody is really saying that yet. But they're going to start probably. But the idea of cognition is very much in the academic circles right now. It's super focused on neuroscience and like this part of the brain and the cerebellum and reptiles don't have these types of feelings because they're missing this part of the brain that the humans have. Like there's all kinds of honestly like incredibly ridiculous assumptions that are made based on this current hyper focus within neuroscience on the structure of the human brain and what its individual components seem to do. And then, therefore, we just extrapolate out what cognition is and what its limits are and its abilities from that. And that is really a bad idea. I can tell you that my reptiles experience every emotion that you do. That doesn't mean that they experience, non-present deep thoughts about their future. I don't know, probably not, but that's due to other things that I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But it's not about the brain. If you want to understand not intelligence, cognition, you can't focus on the brain. This is also why artificial intelligence, the field of artificial intelligence, has stalled completely. It's getting really good at making neural networks that can do all kinds of things, and in conjunction with some feedback from people, you can beat the best Go player in the world. But that doesn't mean that program can instantly just switch over and go and decide a new goal. This is what a lot of people say a lot is like, can a AI program that solves solves a problem in physics, can it come up with a problem in physics, or can it I don't know, if it can solve a problem in music, can it write a song? Can it independently come up with a goal? Is essentially what is being asked, and neural networks cannot. Equations do not do that. But the reason why this is part of the reason why artificial intelligence has stalled, though, is because it's so focused also on the brain, and it's so linked in with neuroscience. And if you want to understand cognition, you need to look at it from a brain independent, perspective, and start from first principles, and then think about how thinking is done, and not be trying to stare at the brain to figure out how thinking is done. Think about how thinking is done. It's funny because there's so many things as statements made about reptiles not able to have, the qualities that a lot of qualities that they are thought of as not having. They've never looked at them for more than 10 minutes is pretty obvious to me. I stare at these things all the time. I can tell you, they're just as sentient as my dog, and my dog is plenty sentient. But what I say all the time, the whole point of the meme was, you have a brain. So what? You are a mind. And a brain and a mind are not the same thing. And I constantly have to talk about this in every discussion that I have with people about it, it seems, because we are so conditioned to think that a mind is a brain. No, you are a mind. You have a brain. If you're going to understand cognition, you have to look at mind, which means you have to look at the totality of you beyond what you can physically measure. But look at, look past what you can physically measure. In fact, you look at your goals even. You actually can't understand cognition without understanding goals. Where are you going to measure my goals? You can't put device on me that will tell you whether or not I have goals or something. I don't think. You can observe that and deduce it and know it through the four P's of knowing, but you can't measure that, and at least not with a device in the way that we currently think of devices working. And that is why they're stuck. But it's a biologist, a synthetic biologist, which is just a funny term, who is realizing this. It's not physicists. And it's not people working in AI either. Okay, next clip. I don't know if I'm going to speak on this next clip. I just want to see it. It's about quantifying causality. I can't remember if this is going to be one that is
what
great.
Now scientists are only recently, Eric Hole, he's a scientist in my center. He developed an amazing toolkit for really quantifying causality. It's a striking finding, because up till now that was a philosophical question, reductionism or not, is there power to these higher levels? He actually developed some math that answers the question. It's amazing. And so we are only now able to do it formally, but every...
Okay. I'm gonna look this guy up. Eric Hole, quantified causality, because I have a model that I literally was calling a quantum of cognition, or a quantum of consciousness, or a quantum of context, which is basically like quantifying causality. But Eric Hull, A Primer on Causal Emergence. Just want to see his math on this. Causation has long been considered a philosophical subject, even though it's at the heart of science in the form of experiments and separating, and then it cuts off. I'm reading this. Okay, it says, what's causal emergence? When it's when the higher scale of a system has stronger causal relationships than its underlying lower scale. Okay, this is what we were going to get into. Causal relationships are just a set of dependencies between some variables, such as states or mechanisms. A causal structure is just the set of these causal relationships. Measuring a causal emergence is like you're looking at the causal structure of a system with a camera, the theory, and you focus on the camera, looking at different scales. The causal structure snaps into focus. Notably, it doesn't have to be in focus at the lowest possible scale, the micro scale. Why is this? In something approaching plain English, macro states can be strongly dependent even while their underlying microstates are only weakly dependent. That's very true. This is what he's talking about is moral hierarchies. Okay? Being hierarchies. And this is the context in which we unite spirituality and science. It is the context that you unite wisdom and knowledge, and it is the mechanism through which you can overcome meaning crisis. Okay? And this is what I really wanted to talk about. So actually, I'm glad I looked at this clip. I'm not saying that's what they're calling this, but I'm just saying that's what this is leading to. The theory adheres to something called supervenience. It's funny that everything becomes super literal, supervenience, super tautology. It's like everything is, superposition. Everything is super at this point. Causation has long been considered a philosophical subject, even though it's at the heart of science in the form of experiments and separating correlation from causation. Causation, much like information, can actually be formalized abstractly and mathematically. For instance, in the 1990s and 2000s, a researcher... Okay. Interesting. We're going to talk about this. But I'm going to read more of this later. But I'm seeing quantities here that make a lot of sense with my work. Fascinating. Okay. Basically, understanding causality starts with understanding constraints and freedoms of nested beings in a moral hierarchy. Okay? So, beings above you have more power than beings below you in this hierarchy that I have mapped out as, I think, what is the objective hierarchy. I call it the stages of sentience, and it is also this, essentially. And basically what it's saying is that this can't exist without this, but this should prioritize this, the goals of this. Okay, so if you're an organism, then you can't exist without cells. And cells should prioritize your goals. If they don't, these become this. Okay? Everybody knows that. Cells that want to do their own thing, want to live forever, what happens is they fail to live forever because they kill this, and they can't go on outside of this. This will kill this, and then these die anyways. And this creates a hierarchy of morality in a being, among nested beings, okay? From hadrons to God. God's goals should be the priority of every being within God. So, God. If you're religious, there you go. You could even say. Kind of. It's like, yeah. So, this is the priority. But the difference between God and everything else is that God exists sovereign of all of these. These can't, this, or you could say a verse, cosmological verse, cannot exist without these, which cannot exist without these. I mean, you could even call these like, maybe, I don't know. We don't have the right word for this in the English language, but I'm working on it. This can't exist without this. This can't exist without this. This can't exist without this, etc. This guy exists without these. But he has created these for the sake of generating meaning, because he's meaningless without these, because meaning comes from your impact on other sentient beings, and these are other sentient beings. And if there's none of this, then this is all there is. And if he's alone, then he's meaningless, even though he's God. And so he needs us for meaning, and we need God for everything. Because basically, this is kind of the hierarchy of needs. Let's do this, actually. And then this would be like, I guess you could say, and then this would be or moral authority. And it would be actually the opposite. It would be like this, 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 this. This, this, and then this. And then like this, and there, and that, and there. Okay, so moral authority, and this would be like what is it? What it would be like, you're built on something. So like foundational, I don't know. Build structures, I guess. Foundation. I don't know what the right words are for this part, but God doesn't need any of these this is kind of difficult to model. I need to think more about it. So just know that. But this is the structure, the hierarchy of moral authority. Okay. God has moral authority because we are inside of God. Okay, this is what I want to talk about. When you look at this will answer political questions about everything from abortion to medicine. Okay, so I've been avoiding these topics, but it's Yom Kippur, and I'm feeling like this is what we need to talk about. I'm going to use abortion as the example, okay? And among the right, in the right-leaning communities, I will just say this. I acknowledge both sides of this political debate have legitimate feelings, have feelings that are based on legitimate concerns. That doesn't mean that what their stated concerns are the legitimate concerns, but there are legitimate concerns causing feelings always. So I recognize that it's seen as a self-protection mechanism for women, and that makes sense because if they're tied to the wrong man, that evolutionarily was a death sentence. So there is an instinctual drive there happening to make sure that you have children with the right person. And we're now outside of context of things because we have tech, and that has allowed us to get away with sleeping with a bunch of people and developing a culture where that happens outside of marriage, or outside of commitment, and then also at the same time we've developed technologies that have allowed for it and allowed for pregnancies to be avoided in a variety of ways, or children to be avoided. On the right, in politics, there is a debate about there is the general consensus that abortion is evil, and that essentially, and that God does not want abortions. Okay, I'm not arguing against that. I will say this though, because it's Yom Kippur, there is an abortion in the Bible, and it's in Numbers, and it is something that the right does not want to usually contend with, and they never bring it up. And God demands the abortion in a specific context, and I'm getting somewhere with this, and I realize that this is like a touchy subject, but it's an important one because it's related to nested sentient beings, because we're going to discuss fetus inside of a mother and how that translates over to moral authorities. And that doesn't mean that's not the same thing as moral responsibilities. Okay. But I'm not going to get into that tonight, but I am going to get into like moral authority. And then we're going to state that there is moral responsibilities, but we're not going to get into too much about what they are. But we are going to talk about the fact that they exist. Okay. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, we have to start approaching these ideas from a structured manner that is very, very specific, very specifically done, and because it can go bad, it can go very bad, and but in the Bible there is an abortion demanded. This woman has it's in Numbers. It's called like the trial of the bitter water. You can look it up. And this woman is accused by her husband of adultery. She's married, and she's taken before God and the priest, and she is told by God to take this drink that is prepared, essentially, by the priest, and God states, if the child in your womb is your husband's, then nothing bad will happen. But if it's not your husband's, then it will cause your calf to fall out. And this has been mistranslated into like thigh and leg and all kinds of stuff, because people translated calf to mean like your leg. It means like a baby. Okay, calf, like a baby cow. Like that's obviously. There's so much cognitive dissonance on all sides of all topics always, and you have to just remember that. And it translates over to, crazy even mistranslations of the Bible. And but I thought about this for so long, because I was like, what does this mean, if this means anything? And I'm not claiming that this is right, but this was my interpretation of it. And what's important about it is that it's related to moral hierarchies that I just showed, and I'm going to explain why. And this is the only circumstance in which this is stated in Scripture, where basically God is prescribing an abortion. I mean, she's basically taking like an abortion pill, but it's like a little abortion drink. Okay? And it's like a medication almost, essentially. And you can do that today. You can take a pill. And what does this mean, though? Why would God do this if God is telling people to go be fruitful and multiply? Does that mean he doesn't like what? Why is this? Why in this case, the specific case, would an abortion be prescribed? This is the only case that I'm speaking to, by the way, and if you are, this is the only case that in Scripture that is obviously seems to be obviously discussed. I'm not saying that there isn't other. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it. But I thought more about it, and I was like, this is one of the most brilliant parts of Scripture I've ever examined, and I've never heard anybody else say this, by the way. So this is just my thoughts. But this is not about babies and God liking or not liking babies or that baby. It is about order. And when you look at populations, you realize that on an aggregate whole, populations drop when people are not married. It's married couples that consistently produce more children. And it's also in religion the right context of sex and reproduction. And I think that is accurate. And regardless of what your thoughts are on God. And what this passage is about, it's not about the importance or lack of importance of children. It is about the importance of marriage. And what it's doing is it's prioritizing marriage over babies. And the reason why is because babies are built on marriages. That doesn't mean that babies don't happen outside of marriage. Of course they do. But they don't happen consistently and enough to be growth outside of marriage. They don't. Not over time. In pockets, sure, but not over time. It's impossible for it to continue on. You need a foundation to build from, and for many, many reasons. Economic reasons, biological reasons, all kinds of reasons, social reasons. If you prioritize babies over marriages, you are putting the cart before the horse. That's like the cancer cell that wants to live forever and puts itself before the being that it is within, and that it's built on, essentially. And this is it's not exactly a one-to-one correlation in physically, because we're talking about just nested structures in a literal sense versus nested structures in like a generative sense, in the case of marriages and children. But this is still relevant. This passage is highlighting the importance of prioritization of morals, and this is obvious with things like cancer. You can't have a cell put itself above the being that it's in, and you can't put children above above marriage in a hierarchy. It's funny, before I got married and before I was a theist, I used to hear religious people say you put God first, then if you're a Christian you'd say God first, then Jesus, then your marriage, and essentially, or be like God and Jesus would be like, they have the same, at least aligned values. So you put God first, then your marriage, then your children. And when I was a self-described atheist, I used to think like, who would ever, like, I'm gonna love my wife, but like, how could you put your marriage above your children? Like, your children are your children. And or how could you put anybody above your family? I came from a very close family. Like, before I was married, my siblings, my parents would have come before my fiance. The day I got married, I turned to my wife, and I've talked about this before, and on our wedding day, I was like, what's weird is you are now the most important person in the world to me. I have to put you above everybody else here, including my parents over there and my siblings over there. Like, it's a moral responsibility that I now have. There is a hierarchy to it. You cannot just say that it's all equal, because everything will fall apart. You can't say it's all important, but you can't say it's all equal. And these are very, very, very difficult subjects to discuss. Uses, I think, is like, how do we orient ourselves in morally and in social contexts and political contexts and things like that? What choices should we make given the constraints that we have? And but that starts with acknowledging that there is there is a correct decision morally. That doesn't mean that I can tell you what it is always. I can't, but I'm working on that too. But I can tell you there is a correct decision. The idea that, oh, that's just a personal choice, that's just a personal choice, that's just a personal choice, and do you. You should do what you think is true, always. Don't do what other people think is true if you don't agree with it. You should do what you think is true. But I'm telling you that there is a fundamental reality to moral hierarchies. And they are contextualized by the nestedness of sentient beings. And this is tough for me to talk about on the stream like this, even though I talk about it a lot privately. I don't talk about it on the stream this detailed very often, because I mean, YouTube, that's why. And like I said before, I'm not here to tell you that what is the right decision and the wrong decision on certain things. I can give my opinions, but like, they're just my opinions. But I can tell you there is right and wrong decision. And this is new idea to science, but you can't unite science and spirituality. You can't overcome the meaning crisis without uniting science and spirituality, and you can't unite science and spirituality without moral responsibility. And you can't even recognize moral responsibility outside the context of nested moral hierarchies that have implications about what you're built on, and also who you're subject to. I will tell you this: any being that we are within, we are subject to. Their goals are the priority. Your goals are the priority above your cell's goals. To your cells. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't listen to your cells. You actually have more responsibility to care for your cells. Just like God has a moral responsibility to care for us. He does. That's intrinsic to meaning. You have a moral responsibility to take care of your children. But you also have the moral authority to do so as you think is best. You have the moral authority, intrinsically, I'm not talking about legally, to make decisions about your body and what is inside it. You can't make sense of this without recognizing that the orienting matrix of this entire thing is this. Okay? What does inside mean? What is a fetus? Is it separate body? Is it the same body? Is it the mother's body, or is it a new human? Well, what does inside mean? Both. Of course it's both. Are you your cells? Or is a cell a separate being from you? If a cell is a sentient being, is it a separate being from you, or is it the same being as you? Your cell. It's both. And we don't have this concept in anything at all, in any field. We have a little bit of it in quantum mechanics where we say superposition. It means, two places at once, but nobody understands what that means. It's misapplied. This is superposition. Moral superposition. Okay? And understanding this framework, these constraints, this nestedness, God, we are the universe, or as a cosmological verse, or a human singularity, or tech singularity, whatever you want to call it, that structure, a sentient simulation, universe simulation, that is within God, subject to God. Within that, you have hadrons, subject to it. Within that, within that you have castes or tribes. I'm still working on the correct term. We don't have one in English, like I said, but it's the components of civilization, the human components. Then within that you have families. Within that you have individuals. Within that you have cells. Within that you have molecules, and within that you have atoms, and within that you have hadrons. Like, there is a nestedness to sentient beings, and any being that you're within, you're subject to. My cells, when I reach out, my cells all have to move. I'm the king, okay? I tell them, go pick up the water bottle. They all have to march. And if a cell decides it's going to try and live forever and wants to go cancerous, I can cut it out. Like, I have the moral authority. That said, my goals are dependent upon my cells. So I have moral responsibilities to my cells because my goals are dependent upon them. If I don't sleep, then I'm not going to accomplish my goals. If I don't eat, I'm not going to accomplish my goals. This is all nourishing of your cells. What happens when you sleep, you're basically alternating current. So when you are asleep, your cells are free. They're off work. They get to go home and clean their houses and see, their friends and whatever, relax, go on vacation. Then when you wake up, they're back at work. And then when you go to sleep, they get off work. And this is what's happening. And So within this framework, this nested framework, I have a responsibility to my cells. My cells have responsibilities as well to me, but it's different because I am not on a micro scale dependent upon any single cell, essentially. I mean, it's provided like no cell can take you out because you failed to recognize it was becoming, metastatic. But every single cell in my body is completely dependent upon me. So there is an asymmetry to this structure. And it depends on how you're looking at it, on what you're going to see. The goals of a higher being are always dependent upon the beings that are within that being. Those beings within the being that the greater being that they are within are completely subject to that being that they're within. So what this means is nobody escapes moral responsibilities, not even God. Why? Because he, or at least you could say responsibilities is the best word for it, probably, because he has goals, and in order for his goals to be achieved, like, he is depending on us. He wants to maximize meaning. He needs us for that. But if, we are totally subject to him in a being sense, even in an existent sense. So this is, I know I'm going on but this is what the next half of this stream is going to be about. And I know that this is a long one because there's so much to cover, but it's an important one, and it's very relevant to tonight because tonight is about morality. And so there's just so much to this. But let's go to the next clip. If this makes sense, then please comment it in the chat. Some geckos are very cat-like personality-wise. Yes, they are. Okay. Okay, let's just go. Basically, I'm going to skip to the next one final clip in this, but I'm just going to say we're going to do this because this is relevant to what I was just talking about. This next clip. We've got 2 more clips on this stream, and then we're going to jump to the next one, which is actually the one that I want to talk about the most, but I have to go in order. So, sorry. There will be timestamps on this for, people who couldn't stick it out through everything. But this is about...
One of the things emphasized by the deep continuity hypothesis is a rejection of strict reductionism. And I noticed in your paper you invoke in multiple places top-down causation, and you criticize people. You criticize biology for taking just a bottom-up approach, which means you're committed to some kind of significant emergence. There are wholes that have a causal power. As you say, it's easy to teach an animal to learn, but if I tried to manipulate all the individual neurons, that would take me forever, right? So there's that whole has a causal power that is not explainable just by the aggregation of the component parts. Is that a fair attribution to you?
Yeah, that's quite fair. Yeah.
Right. So the interesting thing, the interesting sort of conceptual problem, this is why it's a philosophical problem, is to try and get clear about what the relevant balance is. What I mean by that, right? There's identity going all the way down, right? Or else we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But it's not the logical identity or even the causal identity of strict reductionism. So there's also differentiation all the way up, if I can put it that way, in important ways. The differentiation in the sense of new emerging causal powers. And so I've been trying to figure out what kind of ontology actually properly talks about and gives an intelligible integration of these two. And I wondered if you've had any thoughts around that.
Do you know what ontology that is? Let's look up ontology just before I say something stupid. A branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. A set of concepts and categories in a subject area or domain that shows their properties and relations between them. This right here that we just discussed a bit is that ontology. It is exactly the ontology that he is discussing. Causal powers from a bottom-up approach are the traditional narrative of everything in the scientific, academic discussion up until very recently from people like Sarah Walker and Michael Levin. The idea that it's not just bottom up. It's not just hadrons evolving to atoms and atoms evolving to molecules and molecules evolving to cells and cells evolving to organisms. And then all of a sudden you get a brain and then you can go up until you are sentient, simulation. It's also a top down. Which, imagine this is the top. This is the bottom. I realize it's opposite. It's not just bottom up. It's top down. The reason why we can't do a top down in science right now is because you can do a bottom up without this. It appears to be the case. You can't actually do it. But what you can't do is a top-down without this. Because this doesn't exist yet. This doesn't exist yet, which means this doesn't exist yet. Because, like I said, the existence of this is dependent on this. The existence of this is dependent on this. The existence of this is dependent on this. So you can't have this to go top down without this existing yet. So you can only go bottom up, and that's why science is lost. It's starting to shift, but that's why this is coming back into the discussion everywhere. It says, it's been said in Jewish metaphysical circles that eventually the knowledge of God will come back into the world. And it is right now. I can see it in these discussions of theories of everything. And when Michael Levin says that there is not just a bottom-up causal structure, there's also a top-down causal structure. It requires this. Because causality is dependent upon sentient beings. There is no such thing as causality outside of sentience at all. Go show me. Outside of this model, like if I'm saying that atoms are sentient, still though, then just work within that context for the sake of if you're going to try and argue against me, you can't argue against me and then outside of my model. But if you're going to argue against me, you have to argue within my model. And my model says that probably hadrons, but at least atoms are sentient. And if hadrons aren't sentient, then they're the hands of God, which is sentient. So you, outside of that, point to me something happening that is causal outside of a sentient being. You can't really do it, I don't think. Your computer was caused by a sentient being. Everything your computer does is caused by you. Even after it's been built. It doesn't just do things. You have to make it do things. You have to turn it on. You have to install a program. You have to open the program. You have to click run. Like, nothing happens without a sentient being making it happen. And so when they're talking about causal power, Jean Vervaeke and Michael Levin, it has to be within the context of that power coming from sentient beings. Sentient beings have causal power. That means that you have moral responsibilities because you have power. With great power comes great responsibility. With causal power comes moral responsibilities. And that's an inevitability. So it's great to see people like Michael Levin discussing this. Even Sarah Walker was asking whether or not God was lonely, and that's why he created, multiplicity of consciousness on Lex Friedman. That's one of the leading biologists in the world, and I would say one of the leading physicists now too. Asking that question genuinely, like not as a joke. By the way, I think she's right. God was lonely. I think that's part of the reason why we're here. Would you want to be the only sentient being in the universe and therefore completely meaningless and also completely alone for all eternity? No, that sounds like a horrible existence. It's like the question isn't at that point, why did God create? It's like, why wouldn't he create? But this is the ontology of what they're discussing, and there is a bottom-up and top-down relationship here, and it is what defines morals. It's the framework of morals. It's the framework that you can use to start trying to figure out, like, what is right decision. And that's an important thing that we start figuring out. Like, it's just fascinating how applicable this stuff really can get. Like, it can, so many political implications to the work that everybody in biology is doing right now. You can't, they're talking about, if they're talking about causal power from top down and from bottom up, then you're talking about a unified field at that point. You're not just talking about biology. You're not just talking about physics. You're talking about everything. And that means politics too. And like, it's funny. That's why I found that show Foundation is just so fascinating to me, because it's like a fundamental math theory about, sentient societies and like societies of sentient beings, of humans, and like their inevitabilities, and it ends up having, it's just a math theory. It has like the greatest of political implications. Of course, a theory of everything has the greatest of political implications. How could it not? It's funny, there's a physicist that did a talk like years ago, and he like presented his theory of everything, and at the end of it he was like, what does this mean? Probably nothing. What does this mean to us? Probably nothing. That means you didn't get it. Like, that means you're wrong. If you come to some great conclusion and it means nothing, you didn't come to a good conclusion. But if you're looking for a theory of everything and it has implications in every field, you came to a theory of everything. It's not just about uniting quantum mechanics and general relativity, and it's not just about unifying gravity and the other three forces and achieving warp speed. It's about how do you make governments that are legitimately unified in feeling, and how do you decide moral decisions regarding marriage and children and bodily sovereignty. Like, it has enormous political and social and biological and chemical every implication that could be. It's a scary thing to start mapping a theory of everything, because you are now going to have your fingers in everybody's like lunch, and it's unavoidable. You're going to piss off people. But it's funny because Michael Levin talks about his xenobots, where he takes these cells, skin cells of frogs. He takes them out of context of a frog. Okay, basically like what has happened to people right now. We're outside of the context that gave rise to our instincts, which drive our feelings, and therefore we are now super creative, right? And that's what he says about these xenobots that I'm going to show you. They're super creative, and they're liberated from being within another being and subject to it. They no longer have to listen to the king, and so they can write rock and roll or something. But like this also has a trade-off, and that's what we are about to get into with the next stream. But this is him talking about his xenobots real quick. I'm not going to say anything more about it because I just did. And then I'm going to tell one quick story about related to their last clip, and then we're going to have
a frog embryo, and we show that left to their own devices, when you sort
Karen,
of liberate them from the rest of the other cells that normally bully them into being kind of a boring two-dimensional.
Karen is going to ask the ultimate question after that.
Frog embryo, and we show that left to their own devices, when you sort of liberate them from the rest of the other cells that normally bully them into being kind of a boring cells that normally bully them into being kind of a real example that we confront is we've taken skin cells from a frog embryo, and we show that left to their own devices, when you sort of liberate them from the rest of the other cells that normally bully them into being kind of a boring two-dimensional skin layer, they make this thing called a xenobot. It's basically a kind of a self-motile new proto-organism. It swims around, it does mazes, it interacts with each other. They make copies of themselves the way von Neumann wanted, by going around and finding loose skin cells and packing them together into a little ball that then becomes the next generation of xenobots. Okay, all of that with a standard frog genome. We don't edit the genome for those. That's just what they already do. But unlike every other creature you've ever seen, when you ask, okay, why is it a certain color? Why does it have this many legs? Why is it? The answer is usually, well, there's a long history of selection, and everybody else died off, and so you've selected for the. Okay, there's never been any xenobots. There's never been any selection to be a good xenobot. Where within 48 hours those cells figure out how to be a completely different organism, have different capacities, and do all this stuff. Where does that come from? Well, how is it, right? Without a long history of specific selection to be a great xenobot, why is it that the Xenopus laevis genome knows how to do this as well? And so you're left with this idea that what evolution's actually doing is it's not finding specific solutions to specific environments. What it's doing is making problem-solving machines that can index into certain aspects of this incredible pool of free gifts from mathematics, from logic, from who knows what else is out there, and that's, to me, that's a very kind of Neoplatonic view that these things exist, and it's on us to sort of index into them and make use of them.
That is so cool. That is. But I was wondering at the other end. So this is more of the psychologist speaking. I mean, you clearly have provided good evidence for fractal levels of cognition.
Okay. This. Sentient singularity theory Sentient singularity is creating additional singularities of sentience within itself, or self-aware beings that are arranged into a nested quasi-periodic fractal pattern of stacked holonic structures of mind, which patterns this pattern forms a singularity, a single self-reflective knot of perception heading an assembly body that integrates multiple entangled strings of information. This is exactly what he's talking about. He is talking about sentient singularity theory.
Of cognition.
Fractalized cognition from a top-down, with a top-down component. He's not just providing evidence of this theory, like this thing. He's providing evidence for this. Because if it's these xenobots are showing that cognition is not evolution dependent. There's something non-local or pervasive and fundamental about cognition that is expressing itself in these beings that he has just, he hasn't created them, but he has taken beings that already existed and he has removed them from the context of this. And then they become, super creative and start writing rock and roll. And I say that because it's very similar to where we are at, and I'm drawing comparison to us. This is where we are at right now in the evolution, macro evolution, you could call it. But in sentient singularity theory, evolution has two components, which are adaptation and ascension, or replication and stacking, they're called too. So, and adaptation is what we normally think of as evolution right now, but within the macrocosm of, fundamental sentient nested structures, then there's also this, basically. So when you see sentient singularity theory's model of the universe, and you see it's going through, every time you see this, that's adaptation happening. It's a bunch of organisms adapting, and cells adapting, and molecules adapting, and atoms adapting, and hadrons adapting, essentially. And then there's also this stacking aspect, or that creates the nested pattern that is responsible for moral hierarchies, that is here. And that's what people would call macroevolution, but I don't like the term macroevolution because they're still stuck in the concept of size. But it's that there is evolution is happening, and that encapsulates two things: replication and stacking. Replication is adaptation, and stacking is ascension. There you have uniting of spirituality and science. But what most people think of as ascension is not what ascension is. I will say that. But that's just incredible work by him. Last clip on this stream, and then we're going to get into actually like the one that is even better. These are great streams. I really appreciate the guy who sent me this, and I don't know if he wants to be called out, so I'm not going to. But
it only stands to reason it scales.
He didn't even send me this one. I found this one. He sent me the one we're about to get into because of the topic. But here, Michael Levin is talking about a concept that, back to the meme, been saying it. I talk about a story that I experienced that is about exactly what he is discussing. He's talking about a man who basically showed that you can influence the state of your cells.
With this, but have you seen like Albert Mason stuff on dermatology? Okay, you should. I'll send you. I'll remind me afterwards. I'll send you like this. This is amazing. So this guy, and unfortunately he passed away. I tried to send him an email and I found out he already passed. He was a hypnotist that basically he was delivering babies, and he didn't like using anesthetics because he felt that it would impact and so he decided to use hypnosis. So he was in the UK, he started doing deliveries of babies under hypnosis, no anesthesia. His fellow doctors sort of made fun of him and said, well, if hypnosis is so great here, and they gave him a kid with some sort of horrible skin disease on both arms. So, his skin was basically black. He was missing some kind of one of the important skin cells he was missing. So he found out, and then for decades he ran this practice of hypnodermatology, whereby giving suggestions he could clear up certain kinds of skin disorders. Now this is very important, as you said, going across levels, right? Because you're communicating on a very high level with language. You're saying, your left arm, and in fact he did that. He started by clearing one arm, not the other. So which is just amazing. And so right, but that somehow filters down into the molecular signals that it needs that the skin cells need to do whatever. So it's crossing multiple levels. And then the amazing thing at the end of his, so this is a set of lectures that he gave, like an interview. At the end, he said he left his practice and he became a psychiatrist and doing counseling, because what he realized was that dealing with problems at that level, what would happen is the specific symptoms would clear up as they should, but it would pop up somewhere else. So he was noticing that his patients, right? So yeah, their skin cleared up, but now they started smoking, or they had to get a divorce because they were too whatever. So and then
okay, so I tell a story, and it's a funny one, and some of you have heard it, but it's very relevant to exactly what he's saying. It's funny because this has been known by people who are nurses and doctors, and yet if you said this in a university, you would be probably told that this was pseudoscience nonsense, even though this guy's probably going to win the Nobel Prize. And I talk about once I was, this was many years ago, and I was with my fiance and my wife now, but who was my girlfriend at the time. I don't think she was my fiance yet, but I thought I had an STD at some point, which didn't make any sense because I don't need to get in my sexual history, but let me just tell you, there was no reason for me to have had an STD. It was it would have made no sense. And, but it was years into a monogamous relationship in a situation where there was no reason for anyone here to have an STD. And I started panicking, not because I started Googling things. And if you start Googling things about your health, you're going to panic. Just, I have not figured out how to not do that yet. So I'm Googling this stuff and I'm focusing on it. And I just start, because I just noticed a mark. And then all of a sudden the mark grew into a rash. And it was just growing. And then it was painful. And then I was Googling more and freaking out. And then I thought I had every STD. I thought I had every STD that you can think of. At the same time, by the end of this. I was so panicked. It was like I wasn't sleeping. And I'm at work, and it's the day that I'm going to go in and get tested. And I am peeing every 5 minutes. I would go pee, and then on my way back, I would need to pee again. Okay? And it would be painful to pee every time. These are all symptoms of an STD. I had a visible growing rash that was painful, and I was painful to urinate, and I was peeing all the time. And I walk into the doctor, and I show them. And the guy starts laughing at me, and he's like, that is not an STD. And I was like, dude, I'm telling you, I looked it up on Google, saw all the photos. He's like, let me tell you, I'm a doctor, and all I do, this is in Hollywood area. He's like, all I do is have people come in here every day, dozens of them, and they all have STDs, most of them at least. And he told me this, and it's like I said, this is Hollywood. And he's like, that is not an STD. And I was like, it's growing, it's painful to pee. And he literally looked at me and he's like, I bet you your nerves are causing this. You're literally causing all your symptoms. He said, we're going to test you for the sake of you feeling, better. And he's like, I bet you as soon as you like walk out of here and you relax, like all of this will go away. And I was tested and I walked out and I didn't get the results, but I didn't even believe him. I made him go get another doctor to come in and give a second opinion. Okay. And so 2 doctors are now staring at my junk and they're both laughing at me, telling me that this is not an STD and that I'm probably doing this with my own mind. You can look at this and see that there is a clearly visible symptoms. It's not in my head. Like they could see it. And they straight up told me, they were like, it's going to go away immediately once you calm down. I walked out of there after both of them were like, you have nothing to worry about and you're going to get results of nothing in a week. But I trusted them after 2 of them had spoken to me about it. I walked out of there, relaxed. 10 minutes later, rash was almost completely gone. No more pain. No more urinating like every 5 minutes. And by later that day, it was completely gone. Completely gone. I got results later. Nothing. I don't even have a cold sore virus anywhere in my body, guys. Nothing. I made it all happen in my head. Or in my mind. I don't want to say in my head because that implies your brain did it. But I did that with my mind. I created a dermatological phenomenon with the power of thought. It's the opposite of what he's saying. He's basically saying this hypnotist was able to clear skin conditions of people. Like specifically, your left arm, we're going to clear it. And it worked. I can tell you, I definitely believe that because I experienced it. Okay? If we look at the 4 P's of knowing, participatory, procedural, I had these. Okay? These ways of knowing that's probably correct. The proposition that he just stated. That's amazing. And it is evidence of there being no real distinction between spirituality and science. If you can talk to your cells intentionally or unintentionally and tell them that they're sick or tell them that they're healthy and they express it, then where's the line between spirituality and science? I don't know. I don't think there is a line. That is, it's just very cool to hear him say that because I know that that's true because I did that. And I was so nervous, guys. I don't know. I just I was losing hope for life. That's how bad of a state I was in. I went from totally normal and 4 days later I was like, how am I going to go on? Not like I was, really contemplating anything serious, but I was just I didn't know where to go from there. And, which is so funny, but it's also it's just the reality of medical conditions, what they can do to us. And even the thought of having medical conditions. When I was a little kid, I used to not want to go to school and I would think myself into being sick. And then I would actually get sick that day and I would be pissed that I was actually sick because then I couldn't even enjoy staying home. And I would have to stay home, but I was actually legitimately sick. And I've said that, for years and, it wasn't a serious statement, but I knew it was true. But it's it's different when you feel sick and nobody else can feel what you're feeling, and when you think a skin condition into existence that two doctors can both look at and be like, I definitely see that rash, but it's probably being caused by you. Or a hypnotist can be like, I definitely see the rash on your arm, and I'm definitely going to also see it disappear. Like, that's amazing. I if the, like I at the beginning of starting this channel, I said the word I never wanted anybody to use was esoteric, and like I still don't want anybody to use that word. I think it's just the way it's used is useless. But pseudoscience is definitely the worst word ever invented, probably. And it's funny. Kurchai Mungol has stated this about UFOs, and he's like, the ufology community will unfortunately probably not get credit for any of the research that they did, even if they're completely right. And it's just going to be like, I don't know, Michio Kaku, who like will be the spokesperson for like the whatever these things, the phenomenon is that these things are, once it's actually like universally known, and they'll never acknowledge like that there was all these people that got it and were labeled as pseudoscience and rejected it. And he's totally right. That's probably going to happen with all kinds of stuff like this too, and that's fine. Point is making progress. But next stream, which I have less clips from the next stream, but this is actually the one that I am most excited about. Karen is going to ask the best question that anybody could ever ask these two guys. And these two guys are probably the best people that could be asked this question.
Just one more idea to kind of go along.
And it is...
And this comes from something that Mike
it is
in the previous discussion about his xenobots. And
come on. It is about the existence of moral responsibilities, and whether or not Michael Levin's xenobots results imply the existence of moral responsibilities. So here you go.
You had said, Mike, that when you liberate the frog cells from the boring two-dimensional layer, they make this thing called a xenobot. And the implication that you talked about was that the cells are more creative, more free, more dynamic when they're no longer carrying out their task as skin cells. So I know John's emphasis on community and how important community is. And so if they're no longer a part of the whole, then they're no longer carrying out their essential responsibilities in the whole for the good of the whole organism. And so it seems to me that at the bottom of this whole idea of cognition and consciousness is this idea somehow of choice, this and not that. And choice seems to imply to me that there has to be some knowledge or understanding of the state that one is in. I'm in this state and not that state. And in the state that I'm in, then I have to be aware of the other, in this case, the cells, the other cells around me. What state are they in? And what state do I need to get to? I know it sounds like I'm anthropomorphizing, but I don't know how else to describe this. So
if there is no other way to discuss something other than anthropomorphizing it, then it means you need to anthropomorphize it. And by the way, you definitely should be anthropomorphizing it in this circumstance. She is totally right in what she is doing. I've talked about this with Clea Irwin's statements before, where he talks about how the universe appears to be a consciousness, but we don't need to anthropomorphize it. Of course you need to anthropomorphize it if it's a consciousness.
That seems to imply some sort of sacrifice, to make a choice to execute the rule rather than to go off and do what I want to do. Because in the skin cells situation, they have a responsibility to hold the organism together. And if they go off and do their own thing, I mean, if they did just go off and do their own thing without your help, that would obviously be the end of the organism. So I just want to throw that in there, this whole idea of knowledge and choice, and how that seems to imply some sort of a value hierarchy. And throw that in with your placebo effect and see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, let me back up a little bit to be really clear on what I am and am not claiming about the xenobots, and then we can talk about choice and value and all that. But what I was saying is that what we are liberating these cells from are the instructive interactions with other cells that normally get them to do this particular kind of behavior. And we know this is just an experimental result, that when you isolate them in a way that they don't have these other signals, this is what they do. Now, okay, so now I'm not, here's what I'm not claiming. I'm not claiming that any of this process, either at the level of the cells or at the level of the xenobots, has a high level of agency. We actually don't know, right? We are in the process now, but we haven't published anything on the capacity of these processes to solve problems, to pursue goals, to have memories, we haven't published anything on that. So I'm not claiming anything whatsoever about that. So let's for the moment put aside this idea of how much agency they have, because it certainly is possible to make decisions and take choices without knowing what the consequences are going to be, right? So if you're a rat in a maze and you've got two doors, you got to go in one or the other, you have no idea what's on the other side. You still have to make a choice of some sort. Mm-hmm. So decision making and competent behavior does not imply some sort of high level metacognition that you know what's going to happen next. So I'm not claiming any of that stuff. So let's just because we don't know yet, and I really believe that this is an empirical question. You can't decide this in an armchair just sitting, oh my God, look at them, they're so cute, they're definitely have cognition. Or conversely, the way people mostly do it is they say, well, I don't see a brain in the cortex there, so forget it. They must have zero. So I don't think either of those things works. I think you have to do experiments, and we are still in the process. However, to address your other point about the value of these different levels, look, it's very easy for us because right now, who's having this conversation are these emergent human intelligences that are talking at a particular level. We also have all kinds of other selves in our bodies, your organs, your tissues. There's lots of other things, but they're not verbal. They're not having this conversation. So it's very easy for us at this level to put a high value on being a body of a particular size, and to say that, well, when these skin cells shirk their duty, as do cancer cells and failed embryos and whatever, this is terrible. They go off on their own to do some other single cell things that make amoebas very happy, right? So amoebas do great on their own as single cells. They don't participate in making nice bodies, and we, from our sort of vantage point, say, well, that's not as good. What you really want is a nice, complex organism, and these cells are basically just, for whatever reason, they're failing to accomplish that. However, the thing is that that's a view from a very specific perspective of scale and organization. So we have to be really careful of that, because one can take that to its logical conclusion and say, in that case, all of us humans should join some particular greater thing, and what happens to us doesn't matter. This thing will have its own goals in some other space, and right. So we know how that works out. Like, that's been tried, right, in society. We know how that works out. That can work out very badly. And so I think we have to realize that you have to be really careful with value judgments on these things, because, and this is kind of one way to look at what a composite self is, or a composite agent, is that it gets the parts to do things they otherwise would not do. If the parts are already doing things they would do anyway, then you've got a pile or a heap. You don't have a coordinated agent. So a coordinated agent harnesses their parts towards some kind of action in a different space that the parts wouldn't normally be doing. And in the body, this happens all the time. Your cells would be off having lovely lives as amoebas, going wherever they want, proliferating as much as they want. We don't let them do. The body doesn't let them do that, because otherwise, right, you don't have a proper anatomy. So that's what it is to be part of a larger agent, is to do things you otherwise wouldn't want to do, which is great from the perspective of that agent, maybe not so great from the perspective of the parts. And it's hard for us to take the perspective of single cells, but it may also be hard for large scale structures, such as certain social structures, to take the perspective of individual humans and value those as well, right? So I have to be really careful about stuff like that, about putting just acknowledging the perspective that when we make these value judgments, we're using a very specific perspective. So I would say then, and then I'll stop here and see what John thinks, but I would say that it is not the case that that individual cells are somehow better off as bodies, and that the xenobots are not as good as proper embryos, and the skin really ought to be behaving as good skin. I would say not those things. I would say what you have here is an amazing evolution. Produces this amazing hardware that is able to scale its agency, and it can do that in many different ways. So you've got molecular networks that can work together to produce a cell and get those molecular pathways to do things that chemistry does not do on its own. And those cells, in certain circumstances, can work together to make an embryo. In other cases, they can work together to be a xenobot. Who knows what else they can be coaxed to build. And all of those things are manifestations of the amazing ability of the scaling of cognition, which of course we're just beginning to understand.
No. No. He didn't actually address what he thought he did, but the reason why appears to be the goal of his answer, which I have deep respect for Michael Levin. I have differences with everybody, but if I'm not honest with people, then I wouldn't be it's not respectful to. You have a difference with somebody, you should state it, at least that's the masculine perspective. I'm not going to say that's the best perspective. I'm saying that that's the best, that is the correct masculine perspective. But I've talked about before, men and women are different, and one values peace over truth and one values truth over peace, and you need both. But we each have roles. So he, though, is right in saying that we have to be careful in how we talk about this, because it can be misused. Okay, people can say, okay, you know what? You're not going to be part of our larger society and the goals of our larger society and our, state, our party, whatever it is, and therefore, we're locking you in a gulag or something like that. That is a very legitimate concern. That happens anyways. That is a product of many things about humans, a number of things. None of them are really actually related to intentionally trying to figure out, a higher order. It's an inevitable thing to try and figure out a higher order. That's what I said earlier on when I started this stream, is like, if you're trying to not create value judgments, you're going to still create value judgments, and you're just not going to do it in a conscious, organized fashion, and you're going to be, creating like a culture of acceptance and tolerance that is completely intolerant of any, actual affirmative statement. And that's when you go to gulag as well. So like, there's no way to avoid that, and you have to just be as impeccable with your word as possible, and be as honest and as possible, and also do your best to honor the golden rule along the way, which is, with everyone, including people, especially people you don't like. And so that said, when he says there's many ways in which cognition can be scaled, first you can have molecules form to cells, and cells can form to organisms, and these organisms can form to, family, social structures, whatever. He's literally saying the path. He's saying this. The only path of scalation of cognition, which is really, it's the scaling of sentience. There's only one path. And it is the way, like, that's it. And every other path is a deviation. That does not mean it can't have any value, but it just means that it has no value in and of itself. That is like objective. It's subjectively valuable, sure. All kinds of things can be subjectively valuable, but objective value, meaningfulness, like from a capital M meaning, no. That is, if basically to say, oh, well, who is to say that people should actually get married and form families and actually have kids? Maybe, there's other paths like not doing that. No, there really isn't, actually. That is the only path. That doesn't mean on an individual level there isn't other paths, but from a macro level, absolutely there's no other path. And I'm not saying that everybody has the same role. That's not true. People have different roles, but at the same time, there isn't endless roles either. There are specific key roles that exist, and I'm not claiming to know exactly what they are, but I know that they exist. And that implies that there are universal morals and there are common morals, and then there's also some exceptions. But those exceptions always will serve the whole. People who don't get married and have children because they're not suited to it, because maybe they're not attracted to the opposite sex, still have a moral responsibility to encourage and support marriage and families in some way. They don't get to be the opposing force and still remain moral. Like, I'm not saying I'm not making judgments on people, whether or not people are good or bad. That's not for us to judge, because you can't judge the fitness or whether or not someone on your level is meaningful. You can judge behaviors on all levels, and but you have to. In fact, you have to. You cannot go through life without judging behavior. You will fail at everything. You will never accomplish a single goal that you have, and you won't do anything, not even of value. You won't do anything at all. You won't even eat, okay? Like, you have to make judgments on what behaviors are good, what behaviors are bad. You cannot avoid that. But you cannot, because of the moral hierarchy, I'm not subject to you. You're not subject to me. We are subject to God. He can judge our meaningfulness. You cannot judge my meaningfulness. I cannot judge your meaningfulness. I can't judge the meaningfulness of someone over there who is sinning nonstop. And is happy about it. Like, they're here because they were put here by a being with higher moral authority than me. So therefore, I have to accept them as being just as meaningful. I still have to judge behaviors of myself, of them, of yourselves even. You have to judge yourselves' behavior. If you don't judge yourselves' behavior and you look at yourselves and you're like, that guy's doing cancer, and that guy is, he's hunting the cold virus that I caught in Texas this weekend. They're both equally good, Like, I'm not going to, make a judgment on, what is the right thing. Really? If I don't, what happens? You can't not make judgments on behavior. You have to judge your own behavior first, but also judge behaviors of people around you. And it doesn't really matter whether or not you judge behaviors of beings above you. We can think the universe is wrong, and maybe it matters, but not much. Eventually, you can't stop it. It's going to do what it's going to do. Your cells can think that what you're doing is wrong when you are taking heroin, but they can't stop you. They can give you all kinds of signals that, hey man, this is a bad idea. We're not liking this. And you should listen to them, but that does not mean that they can do anything about it. They can't band together and be like, guys, we need to stop, George from taking heroin. You can't. You're the king. George is the king of his cells. So, but they are judging his behavior when they give feedback to his body saying, hey, this is a really bad idea, and this is why you feel like crap. This is also true when you judge whether or not cells are metastatic. This is so judging levels up, judging levels down. And when you look at people around you and you're like, that's a bad idea, that's actually really good thing. And that guy's succeeding, that guy's failing. You have to do that. But it's not even that guy's succeeding, that guy's failing. It's that guy is succeeding at that, and that guy is failing at that. You have to, like, that's the context. That is where carefulness comes in, and impeccability with your word and with the way that you judge comes into play. But you can't say that it's equally as important to, I don't know, live the like a lifestyle of hedonism and hookups as it is to get married and take care of and form a family. You can't state that and be correct. So that's when you have a culture that does that avoids making moral judgments of any kind. You're going to end up making moral judgments of anybody that makes moral judgments, and we have to make moral judgments, including the people that are trying to avoid it. They will intrinsically do it, and then you'll get exactly what I was talking about earlier. So, still gulag. So, it doesn't matter that you tried to avoid it. You will still confront it. Don't try and avoid it. Try and do what's true and good and right. That's it. Like, you shouldn't even, people, I think a lot about sin, like, especially lately because it's Yom Kippur, and, like, what's the best way to just think about it and overcome it. And I was listening to John Vervaeke, and he was talking about addiction, and he was talking about how, like, people think of it as, like, it's a medical illness, but really it's probably, like, it's a cognitive, like, trap that you're making for yourself, where you're focusing on it, and you're like, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that. And then you're just, all of a sudden, you're still just focused on it. It's like you have not escaped it. And then eventually, it's the only thing you see, and then you do it. Whatever the addiction is. And I guess he knows somebody who's doing work on this. I forgot what it's called. But I thought that idea resonated with me because I was thinking about exactly this concept of, like, being anti. When you're so opposed to fascism, oh, you're fascist. Opposed to racism, racist. So that doesn't work. You have to do something else. Like, do something positive. That's even when I was saying earlier, it's like, you can't just say physics is broken. You have to be like, physics is broken, but biology. You guys are getting it. Let's follow you guys from now on. Like, let's follow Sarah Walker. Let's follow Michael Levin. Like, let's ignore, like, Stephen Hawking and even who's the guy everybody thinks is just brilliant. I don't know anything about him, so I'm not making a judgment, but I just know everybody thinks he's brilliant. He's the string theory guy. Gosh, I'm forgetting everybody's names today. But like, anybody involved in string theory should not be followed when there's people doing work, like, actually applicable. So that's another thing. When you're judging these theories being put forward, and people are like, oh, well, like, how do we decipher which one to focus on? Right now we just focus on, like, who has the most followers on Twitter, or who has the most academic credentials hanging on their wall. Actually, neither one of these is working out, because these guys aren't taking us anywhere. We need to focus on theories that have the most applicability, and those are the theories that we should investigate and put the most energy into entertaining. And the reason why is because they have the most ability to pay off, and also the most serious potential consequences. That's where you put your focus, is in things that can make an impact. When you have people working on theories of everything that they make presentations to, and then at the end are like, oh, well, what does this mean to us? Probably nothing. Why did you give the presentation? Why did anybody listen to it? Goals are the contextualizing factor in any causal system and caused moment, I guess you could say. Like, goals are the thing, and that's why we have to start looking at things that have are relevant to goals of any kind. Why would you sit through a lecture of literally where the guy at the end is like, oh, this means nothing to you? Why would he give that? It's a waste of everybody's time. But she asked an incredible question, and his answer, Michael Levin, is not great. But I get what his concerns are. Let's listen to Vervaeke's comments. Basically, he does not agree with Michael Levin, and I'm glad that he opposed it.
That's a beautiful answer. I think I'm going to say something that's convergent with what Michael said, but maybe a bit divergent. I'm not sure, and we can throw back and forth. My initial way of responding to you, Karen, would be to invoke Urero's notion of constraint. We can talk about sort of bottom-up causation and top-down constraint. Causes are events, constraints are conditions, causes are happenings, constraints are orderings of probability, and you can look at, like, think of an example I like to use, taken from Euraro, ultimately inspired by Aristotle, who has a deep influence on Euraro. You have all the microcosmic events creating the structure of the tree, but the structure of the tree increases the probability that a chlorophyll molecule will interact with a photon molecule. So by participating in the tree structure, the chlorophyll molecule has a much greater chance of interacting with proton. And so you have to think about these layers in these sort of, you shouldn't think them as just, what am I trying to say? You shouldn't think of it as like a single ontological relation. It is a causal emergence up and a constraint emergence down. And that means any simple value assignment, here's where I'm agreeing with Michael, is going to be very problematic, because your ontological relations are not just, like, if you're just doing a hierarchy, you're presuming a single ontological relation between the levels. But if there are two kinds of relations, that challenges how you're going to attach valuation to the levels. So in that,
this is exactly what I was discussing earlier when I was talking about how it was difficult to model this, where I was saying that moral authority, and then you have like foundational requirements. This is what he's talking about. And then, or you could say this, and then here you could say constraint. So here, this is a good way of putting it. So if we take this and then we put this here, delete that. So, oh wait, there we go. So this is caused by this. This is caused by this. Causality. This is caused by these. It's really, this is caused by these, this is caused by these, this is caused by these. These are always multiple, these are always singular in this relationship. And then this moral authority is exactly that, constraint. That's what moral authority means. You're the constraining condition. I am the constraint of my cells. They cannot escape me. If they try, they will fail. But they are the cause of me. I exist because of them. God is, why this is difficult to model is God is both. God is the constraint and the cause. He causes this. When you see quarks, that's God's fingers, basically. Not even basically, exactly. Like 2 up quarks and a down quark, 2 down quarks and an up quark. This is 2 hands. One is right hand, one is left hand. It's 2 fingers and a thumb, 2 fingers and a thumb. That's why it's like that triadic structure. Because that's how you manipulate things. Like, imagine if I took away your pinky and your ring finger, you'd be fine. You could do pretty much everything. Yoda has 2 fingers and a thumb. That guy can, like, do everything. But if I took away your thumb and I left you with all 4 other fingers, you're screwed. So you need 1 down quark and 2 up quarks, or you need 1 up quark and 2 down quarks. Whatever is the opposing one to the others is the thumb, basically. It's how you manipulate. So, constraints, causality. These cause these, these cause these, these cause these, these cause these. But these, sure, cause these, but these are really that. Just like your hand is really you. It's not individual fingers that have sentient agency. That they don't. You're the sentient agent. Quarks have no sentient agency. They're not hadrons or atoms or molecules. To have sentient agency, if you're not God, you need to be a composite structure, because you need to be able to make choices. And that requires being able to assign value and also differentiate, which is possible when you have a path. Okay, so a thumb and 2 fingers, or basically like you have 2 opposing perspectives. Like that's what, when you have a hadron, you have 2 up quarks and a down quark. You have 2 choices, but one of them is more heavily weighted, which is what you also need. You need, if you walk up, we're going to talk about this in a minute because they talk about it, but if you walk up to a path and you have no up to like a fork in a road, and somebody says, make a choice, right or left, and you're like, well, where do they lead? And like, you don't know, and nobody tells you, and you have no way of even like insinuating where they might take you. They look identical. You can't actually make a choice. You might say, oh, okay, fine, right. Like, but you're not actually choosing. There's no choice being made that is relevant to the choice that would be that is relevant to the goal. There's no choice being made that's relevant to the goal. That's what I'm saying. Goals provide relevance that allows you to realize context. So, but that's why you need, like, if you walk up to a fork in the road and one path looks like it leads in the right direction and the other path does not, like, then you can make a choice. But you can't make a choice without one of them having some type of perceived value above the other.
In agreement with him, but then it's even more complicated because constraint, there are 2 kinds. There are selective, which reduce the probabilities for a particular system, and there's an enabling, but they're relative to interactions with the environment. So yes, the skin cells get a certain kind of freedom, and it's liberated when they're removed from these constraints. But the thing is,
they get to sleep around and write rock and roll music. I like rock and roll music, by the way. I'm not like ripping on it, but you get it.
Those selective constraints are also counterbalanced by a whole bunch of enabling constraints. The skin cells, by being part of an organism, have a much greater chance of surviving, can move to many different environments they couldn't move to on their own because they belong to this multicellular creature. And then,
like a family.
With us, we as individuals can't go into space, but because we belong to culture, we can go into space. So you have to see constraints in this trait no surprise, I'm going to make this argument, in a trade-off relationship where you have this, like you lose some things because of the selective constraints that constrain you into the system, but you also acquire a whole bunch of enabling constraints that allow you to do things you couldn't do otherwise. So what that means is when we try to make a value judgment, we're actually trying to deal with a multidimensional thing. We have two ontological relations and we have two kinds of constraints. And so simply trying to map it hierarchically, like this gets better and better or something like that, it's extremely problematic. In one sense, it's better because I've got enabling constraints. In another sense, it's better because it's worse because I have selective constraints on me, right? And in one sense, the bottom level is more important. It's where all the causal loof comes from. In another sense, the top level is important because it's where all the constraint comes from. And so I think...
Okay. Selective constraints on you, like, oh, if you want to be married and, you know, have a family, you can't, like, be promiscuous and sleep with, you know, everyone that you see. Like, that is a constraint that's placed on you in a marriage, sure. And like sometimes I get that would seem like an unfortunate thing, but it's not, because what's the value that's actually provided by you doing that? You have to look at that and really look at that, not just think about it from your perspective of, oh, I get to do what I want and it's pleasurable. Like, okay, but what is it doing to the system? Which means, like, what is it doing to others? And when you look at that with any selective freedom that is only able to be accessed outside of the enabling constraints, then what you will probably almost always realize, if not always realize, is that these selective constraints are constraining you from doing things that are moot in the end. They might be incredibly, like, entertaining and fun. Have depression when they can buy anything they want. They're not constrained by any of that. They're single. They can sleep with anybody they want. Like, why is there still being... Why are they still experiencing a meaning crisis? Because some things are not fulfilling, even though they're enjoyable. And I understand, like, it's hard to always perceive which things are what, and it takes wisdom to perceive those things, which only comes from experience, which means you have to screw up before you realize those things. Or you lean on the collective saved wisdom of a community like Scripture, or something like that. But if you're going to rely on your own understanding, like, just know that you're going to have to screw up to achieve wisdom, and wisdom is what allows you to perceive which constraints are selective and constraining you from doing things that will actually end up not being fulfilling and actually contribute to entropy in everybody's life, including your own, versus enabling constraints that are empowering. And I talk about this all the time, of, like, marriage. Marriage is the most constraining relationship you could ever get into. There is no relationship that is more tightly constraining on you than marriage. Like, that's a fact. You can never... You have to live with somebody the rest of your life. You have to share everything with them for the rest of your life. You have to consult with them on everything for the rest of your life. You have to only sleep with them and no one else for the rest of your life. But marriage is also extraordinarily enabling. And the enabling aspects of it are... They overpower the constraining aspects of it so much that it's not even worth comparing, because it's like a different scale. It's the things that it constrains you from doing. Most people are, if you are attracted to the opposite sex, if you're what I would just call common, which means anybody attracted to the opposite sex, if you're one of those people, marriage is, the constraints are so enabling that, and of marriage and the selective constraints of marriage that are constraining you from doing those other things that are not compatible with marriage, then those things are not perpetually meaningful. That's why they're not worth comparing. It's funny, this meaning crisis thing, people are talking about, how do we solve the meaning crisis? How do we solve the meaning crisis? Marriage. It's funny, people want, what is meaning really? When people say, I want to solve the meaning crisis, what does that really mean? It means I want to figure out how to matter beyond my own intentional causality in the here and now, and on the micro, interactions of my life. How can I impact the whole of reality perpetually? How can I leave a lasting impact that is meaning? That's what people are seeking. And if what exists most fundamentally is sentient beings, then what meaning comes from is your impact on other sentient beings. And if you want to be meaningful in a macro, capital M meaning type of way, to matter to, forever, you have to engage in permanent relationships with people. Because if you want permanent impact, then you have to have a permanent impact on somebody's life that you're having too. Everybody has a permanent impact on somebody's life. But for you to feel meaningful, you have to know that you're having it. So maybe you said something that really inspired somebody and it went on to impact the rest of their life, but they never told you and you didn't even meet them and they just heard you say it at a bus stop or something. You're not going to feel meaningful because you don't know what you did. You have to know that you're having a permanent impact on somebody's life. And you have to see it all the time. You can't just be told it and somebody's like, you really had a permanent impact on me. That's really nice to hear. I have heard that and believed it outside of my immediate family and best, closest people in my life. For the first, I would say outside my immediate family, I have heard that for the first time more recently and actually believed it due to the nature of it. And it's an incredible feeling, but I don't remember it every second of every day. But I remember that I'm impacting my wife every single second of every single day. And it gives your life meaning. You have to accept moral responsibilities to feel meaning, because you have to feel like you have an impact. You have to feel like you cause things to happen, which means that you have causal power. If you have causal power, then you have moral responsibility. That's going to become a saying, I'm sure, on this, because people say, obviously, Spider-Man. I don't think it came from Spider-Man, but it's famous from Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. But that doesn't really explain what is great power and what is great responsibility. But with causal power, meaning power to make an impact, comes moral responsibility. If you don't want moral responsibilities, then you can't have causal powers. Then you shouldn't have causal power. And this is that we have a culture right now that has abandoned the idea of moral responsibilities, and because we're so afraid of saying something wrong, or we're afraid of offending people, and there's two narratives going simultaneously of people who are conscientious. And I'm not saying that I'm recognizing why this is happening. You have, usually men who don't want to say the wrong thing, like Michael Levin, because he's aware of consequences that it could potentially lead to, gulags and whatever. And then you have people who don't want to hurt other people's feelings because that sucks. And those people are usually women, but not always. And both of these things are legitimate, but that's like, there's a way that to not do that, but you have to recognize also that it will happen, and you shouldn't abandon every pursuit that is necessary to, for us to pursue, just because it's possible that we could make a mistake or because we could hurt somebody. You can be kind always, and you should. And kindness is underrated in our society by like the masculine perspective. Kindness is a masculine trait. It's not a feminine trait. Severity is a feminine trait. It's the opposite of kindness. It's like strictness. Kindness is a masculine trait. It's a grace. It's grace giving. It's like forgiving. And I was watching what is it? Cobra Kai. I started it like the other day with my wife, and I grew up doing martial arts, and it's kind of got me stoked. It's not a very serious show, but in it, two enemies of guys who have beat the crap out of each other multiple times, like, are getting beers together, and like, I know that men can do that, and usually women can't, but they're not meant to either, though. That's the thing. Like, you can't fault them for that. They're not supposed to. But we are. Men are supposed to be able to be like, oh, you know what? Like, I forgive you, man, because we have serious causal power to enact incredible amounts of violence that women usually can't, and on themselves or on others. Like, women are just not as good at being violent, indirectly violent, and that's a good thing. Like, they have to like care for a bunch of like little kids often, and like, they probably should not be able to be easily super violent. But men, we have other responsibilities, and that entails being like competent in violence. But with great causal power to cause violence also comes great responsibility to be kind. And so it's a linked to masculinity. But it's not. We have this fake version of masculinity right now that is like undermined kindness, and don't undermine kindness. But honesty and kindness and like golden rule, that is what like you have to just take into account whenever you're navigating these things. And if you do that, then you need to pursue this, understanding this stuff and discussing it, even if it gets you kicked off YouTube, which it will get you kicked off YouTube. But Vervaeke's right. There's a multifaceted aspect to this relationship that is the context of like moral hierarchies. And that's why I said it's not our place to judge whether or not a being on our level or above us is meaningful and capital M meaningful and should be here. Like, we don't get to decide more and make a moral decision and be like, you know what, that guy, he's just pursuing something in life that is, I don't know, like, he just wants to, I don't know, not get married, and he wants to sleep around or something, and so therefore, like, throw him in the ocean. No, you can't do that, because we don't have the moral authority over beings that are on the same level of us. We only have moral authority over beings lower than us, and only those that are within us. And we still, though, have a responsibility and a necessity to judge behaviors. And not for the sake of just that guy, though, like, you can call him out and be like, listen, man, I don't think that's a very good path to go down, but like, but mainly for the sake of us. It's not our job to go and yell at people, tell them they're doing wrong, even though it's very tempting sometimes. But it's our job to pursue what is good and right, and do it openly and not, in a hidden fashion, so that others can see what works and what doesn't, and can make a choice. It's the the best way to spread the gospel is to live it, not to stand on the side of the road and tell everybody that they're going to hell. Like, it's just pursue goodness. And if you're successful, then make sure other people can see. And they will follow you. Or they won't. It's up to them, though. But if they're not doing anything that's like directly undermining like your ability to be here, then no, you don't get to judge whether or not they have meaning enough to like choose whether or not they deserve the gulag or like whatever, the ocean. And that is, this is a very serious topic though, because as Michael Levin stated, like we do know where these types of misjudgments lead, and you just also have to know that they're going to happen. And that's why though you have to be good and be good openly. You can't abandon pursuing goodness. It's funny, there's a statement of like, it's like, evil is empowered when evil men, rise when good men do nothing or something. It's not like, it's not just like, it's a failure of goodness to be expressed that is a problem. If you limit anything from being expressed, any goodness from being expressed because you're afraid of potentially allowing evil to be expressed, or immorality to be expressed, so therefore you limit, even morality to be expressed, then what happens is that nobody can make a choice. Everybody all of a sudden starts saying things like, oh, well, marriage is a personal choice and there's no moral, implications attached to it. No, that's not true. And that is because we are afraid of saying the wrong thing, and so we don't even try and say the right thing. And what happens is that the wrong thing gets stated and the right thing is not stated. You have a responsibility to pursue goodness and propose goodness and theorize about it and propose judgment, like your interpretation of judging of various actions. You do get to make a judgment on, or you should try and figure out, which means try and judge, whether or not xenobots are more valuable than cells that, or whether or not the actions of xenobots are more or less good than the actions of constrained skin cells of frogs that stay in in their role and fulfill their responsibilities. Like you have a responsibility to judge those behaviors. It doesn't really matter that much whether or not you're judging them, because like I said, they're outside you. But like it does matter whether or not you judge your own cells, but like it doesn't matter so much that you judge like the cells of xenobots. But you should judge their behavior, not their meaning of existence, like whether or not they deserve to exist or whether or not they should exist. You don't get to do that to beings outside you. You don't get to do that to beings next to you as well that are also outside you, like other people. But you have to judge behaviors. You have to. I know I went on a rant, but like critical. Next clip. There was a clip I was going to show where basically Michael Levin states that if you're faced with a fork in the road and you just basically are like, okay, I don't know which way leads to pass go, I'm going to choose that one. That's still a choice. That's not true at all. True choice happens when you are aware of consequences. the more aware of consequences that you are, the more of a choice that it was. If you're not aware of any consequences, you are not actually able to make any legitimate choices. You are not judged for the things that you do if even if they led to negative consequences, if you had no idea that they were going to lead to negative consequences. And that's actually a good thing to know. But I think at least that's true. Like, I don't, if you, like, I used to think it was good to sleep with lots of people before marriage so you could figure out what you liked, which is not, that's not true at all. That's nonsense. But I genuinely thought that. I thought that was like the right thing. Like, I didn't like, not just because I wanted to, but like because I thought that was like what everybody should do, because then you end up like with what you like, with the person that you like. And like, that's not true. But I wasn't wise enough to know that, and I don't feel like I shouldn't be judged for those decisions because I wasn't aware of the consequences of those decisions at the time. And you have to, that means like I wasn't making a choice that was as causally aware, which means you're not as responsible. The less causally aware you are of the consequences of a choice, then the less responsible you are for actually a choice. And also, choices are, you have two things going on at once. One is your awareness within the context of greater understanding of life, and those are real choices. And then you also have your instincts, and they are what guide most of your choices every day, and they are not real choices. When you choose what you want to eat, and you're like, you open the fridge, and you would eat anything in your fridge, and you're like, oh, I want something savory instead of I want something sweet. Like, you're not making a choice. But if you were like, you know what, I'm not going to eat the bacon there anymore because I recently came to the idea that it's immoral for some reason, and I want to become halal or kosher, like, that's a choice. Or if you're like, you know what, I am having, health problems because I'm eating too much sweets and I really want the cake, but I'm going to eat the kale salad instead. Like, that's also a choice. But there are choices within your greater understanding and within the wisdom of your greater understanding of consequences, and they're not about your instincts. When you choose which candy bar you want at the end of like shopping, not a choice. Unless it's about like money, and like that one would cause you to overdraft, and that one won't. Like, that's still a choice, but it's less of a choice than the choice about your health, and that one is less of a choice than the one that would be like about morals, if you believe, pork is bad to eat or something. This was an incredible statement that I'm going to look at some questions in the chat by Karen that she states she got from a friend of hers who's a physicist, and I want to find out who it was because it's great.
Because I've spent probably 25 hours talking to a physicist on my channel about his idea that rather than information being fundamental, it's actually computation that is fundamental. But not computation in the sense of computers, but computation in the sense of, the way he describes it is a symphony of choices over time. And that there is this sense in which that kind of computation, the simplest example of which would be a finite state machine, is what is fundamental in the universe. And so there's lots more to be said about that, but I want to let you guys talk. But I did want to address one thing that you said, John, which was this idea of constraints. And kind of the way I got into this whole conversation is through my work as an artist. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I learned.
So I love that statement that she made. I don't agree with the word computation there. I think computation is what calculators do. It's an equation. It's solving an equation. But cognition is the right word. So cognition is more fundamental to reality. Actually, it is what is doing the cognition that is fundamental to reality. It's not information, it's the informed that is fundamental. So it's the sentient being, it's a mind. Minds are fundamental, not cognition. But cognition, or what she's calling computation, but it's not. It's quantum computation, which is really cognition, and like we'll learn that at an interesting moment in the future. But it's when she's talking about like a finite state machine, it's talking about like entanglement constraints and things like that. I'm not saying that that's what she would agree with what I'm saying, but I'm saying that that's part of that. And I'm claiming that it is, at least. And that's not true of your computer. Your computer can do all kinds of things, but it requires you to do it, and that means it's still constrained by you. But it's interesting. Like, your computer can remember anything that you put into it. It doesn't remember it, though. It just stores it. You have to remember to look for it. If you put something in your computer, a photo, whatever, and you forget that it's there, it's gone. Like, it's not remembered still until you remember it. I was thinking about, like, what is memory? They were talking about this at the beginning, but they didn't get anywhere with it. They were just like, it's not a lookup table, which it's not. That's what I'm claiming right now. It's not. A computer is a lookup table. That's computation. It's not cognition. Cognition is memory. Where are your memories? You can't claim that they're, like, stored at certain parts of your brain necessarily. Like, where is that one memory of you, as a kid, chasing a squirrel? I don't know, like, stored in your brain. If you remove those cells right there, is it gone? That will never happen. What actually happens is when you start removing parts of the brain and it looks like you're impacting memory, or you have like Alzheimer's and stuff. What's happening, I think, is you're losing the ability to make sense of the connections that occur, and the entanglement connections. You're not actually, like, losing information. You're losing the ability to access it. And because I don't think it's stored here. It's stored in the state of the universe. And it's funny because I haven't been able to remember a couple of people's names on here, and I think about this a lot. Is like, I have no control. I have no causal control, really, over my memory. If I forget somebody's name, it is because something beyond me has power over that, and for some reason is causing me to not remember. And then I remember, like, Lee Cronin's assembly theory ideas about the universe. The past is fundamentally more like the universe's memory, which is really like a record of entanglement states. I think all of our memories are stored collectively, and that depending on the entanglement state that the universe is in at the time, is whether or not you can connect to it. And that's a fascinating idea. And it would be dependent upon goals across beings within the relevant hierarchy structures of that specific information. But you have, like, if like the universe doesn't want you to access a memory, like, you won't. And I'm not saying that it's always intentional when you can't, but it could be due to, like, it could be a secondary effect of another goal going on. But it is like your memories are stored in the entanglement connections of the universe. I don't think they're stored in your brain at all. It makes no sense. Nothing about what you remember is information that it in any way really resembles, like, a song that's saved on your computer or a picture, like, that's the same every time. No, like, it's stored as, oh yeah, that song that I listened to when I was driving in the car with so-and-so, and it makes me feel this way, and I would listen to it a lot when I broke up with so-and-so, and they made me feel this way. It's like, this is the context of entanglement connections of sentient beings that is holding that memory, and you can access it from slightly different perspectives every time you access it, probably due to things moving on. But it's you're not a computer, and there is no memories stored in your brain. Your brain is an entanglement knot that connects information strings and orders them into a hierarchy, but it does not. It's the physical manifestation of that structure, but it's not a hard drive with a bunch of data stored on it. It's an amazing idea, but it also makes lots of sense. The universe is a symphony, is fundamentally information processing via a symphony of choices over time. That is exactly correct. I would say, I don't want to say it's fundamentally. It is, the universe is information processing via a symphony of choices over time. But what is truly fundamental is those making the choices. Sentient singularities. Okay, I'm going to answer some questions in the chat, and then we'll go over the last clips, and then we'll get out of here. Oh my gosh, it's 11. I'm hyped up tonight. Okay, that was me. Hey guys, what's going on? Geckos apparently stick to walls via the Casimir effect. Yeah, I know. It's very cool. Abortion, exactly. Bitter waters has been interpreted differently, but the point still has to do with adultery, not abortion. It has to do with marriage. Marriage is fundamental to children. You must prioritize your marriage over children. I think I abandoned that idea at some point when I was trying to get to it, but I realize now, whereas I didn't when I was younger, I was like, who would put their spouse above their kids when that's not even your blood? No, your spouse has to come before your kids. If you put your kids above your spouse, you will lose both. It's not even about adultery. It's about it's about the importance of marriage. That is what it's about. Marriage is the foundation of children. If sex is not supposed to even happen outside of marriage, then children are not supposed to happen outside of marriage. And that means marriage is fundamental to children in the hierarchy of like steps. You can't, make an omelet without cracking eggs first. Hey man, what are your thoughts on Leo Gura, if you don't mind? I recently realized he's a con artist or very delusional and somehow doesn't know it. My thoughts on Leo Gura, I think he says a lot of things that are true. I have 7 hours of my thoughts on Leo Gura on this channel. I have 2 streams on it. You can watch it. I don't agree with how he says things because he likes to say that we are God, and that's true, but also not true. And it's not helpful for us to say we are God. It's not as important as realizing that God is sovereign to us, and therefore, because there's no moral responsibilities that come from saying you are God. That's the point. That's my issue with Leo Gura. My one issue. My second issue is, we seem to disagree on some moral things. We come to different moral conclusions, which implies serious differences in perspective. I don't think that DMT and drugs should be used by most people to see God or anything like that. I'm telling you, as somebody who had a sober DMT-like experience that did result in exactly that, there's no one that I've ever met that took DMT that ever had an experience that made as much sense as even comparable amount of sense compared to mine, and that was meaningful. And when I say meaningful, I mean like in every way. Like it was useful on every level of your life. Everybody who does DMT realizes that consciousness is fundamental, usually, and that there's more to the world than we see, and then that's usually it. It doesn't impact their moral perspective other than they say, oh, we are all one, but it's like golden. You already knew the golden rule. You would have agreed to it like before your DMT trip. I liken doing DMT to see God as like sneaking into the White House versus like you should get invited if you're going to go see the president. Like if you sneak into the White House, whatever you see is going to be out of context and you're not going to understand what you see. It's just going to be cool, but it's like not as useful. If you get invited by the president to have a meeting about something specific, like it's going to impact your life forever. But that's not true if you sneak into the White House. You'll just have a cool story. Like that is my issue with the DMT thing. There are tribes in South America that it's part of a rite of passage and it's linked in context to so many other things, and it's culturally contextualized, and it comes with responsibilities attached to it because it's not just something that you do with your friends to like have a trippy experience and see if you can see machine elves. It's something that you do, and it signifies like becoming an adult and now having responsibilities. Like there's so much context within the traditional use of DMT that is missing when you do it outside of like a tribal, generationally established like tradition. And people who say things like, well, I did it with a shaman. No. Unless you live within and you subscribe to the narrative of that contextualizes that ritual, it doesn't matter who you do it with. Like, you're not going to get what you are supposed to get from that experience. So, like, if you do it, you better live in a community that believes in the mythos of, that entire religion that leads to that, and you better believe in it, and you better, you see it's attached to responsibilities. Like, just doing DMT is not going to provide you with wisdom. At least with very much wisdom. It's like unearned wisdom, and unearned wisdom isn't. It's very easy to recognize when something is true beyond you, but you didn't earn it, and therefore it's very easy to take that power and misuse it and not realize it. I don't agree with that perspective. But like I said, Leo Gura, when he says like he really does know a lot about metaphysics, he does. But I think a lot of it was achieved through out of context experiences that aren't so attached to more responsibilities. And like, I have reasons to believe that, but I mean, I might be wrong, but I watched a 7-hour interview of him on Kurt, and he said things that I don't think you would say if you were a man who is attracted to the opposite sex and you did have as much wisdom attached to that, like, knowledge of the beyond that you have, as you should. That's my thoughts on Leo Gura. I'm not going to call him a con artist, but I am going to say, like, not, whatever he knows is not enough. And that's true of everybody, including me. But like I remember when he went on Kurt, he said, like, you've never, imagine you're sitting across from an alien that is like wise to the universe and like is unlike anybody you've ever interviewed before. And I think that was almost true, except Kurt did also have on Chris Langan, and I would say that both of them are similar in like their ultimate conclusions, including to me, but and they both do, have moral implications attached to what their beliefs are, but both of them, I'd say, fail before my understanding fails. That doesn't mean my understanding doesn't fail. My understanding certainly fails. I can't tell you where, because otherwise I wouldn't fail there. But I certainly fail at a certain point. That point is past Leo Gura and Chris Langan. But their understandings are way beyond, like, Sean Carroll. Like, the wisdom of those two guys and the knowledge of them about the nature of the universe it's not even comparable to like most PhD physicists today. It's way beyond. So I mean, there's a lot of positive things. They both, everybody if they're here, they have like very important value to add. But I also have criticisms of each of them. I would say that Chris Langan's understanding it goes past Leo Gura's. Mine is past Chris Langan's. But both of them as well are way past like academic PhD physicists. But if you look at like John Vervaeke, I'd say like he's comparable to them in some ways. Not exactly, but in some ways, yeah. Like, or even Michael Levin, like there are people that certainly do understand the universe very deeply, and even if they don't know that they do, like Sarah Walker, she might not speak with as much confidence as Leo Gura. She might be like, I don't think, evolution works the way that we think it does, and that, life can manifest, cellular life can manifest multiple times in one universe. Like that might not be the way that it works. And then Leo Gura will be like, nobody that you've ever spoken to understands that universe the way that I do, and you are God, and you just forgot. And like that doesn't mean like there's really a different level of like wisdom there. It's just a style. So you have to be like just look at the fruit. That is like such an, live morally by the golden rule. Treat people the way you would want your own to be treated. Okay? That doesn't just mean kind. It means like sometimes also being like judgmental in a way. It's like, don't accept for others what you wouldn't accept for your own child. Don't be like, oh, it's okay for that person to become, I don't know, a prostitute, but not my kid, like, or a stripper or something. Like, no, golden rule means like, I don't want them to be a stripper, because I don't want my daughter to be a stripper. So I don't want his daughter to be a stripper either. That's the golden rule. If you live by that, and also by like judging by fruits, like judging actions by the fruits that they result in, that will get you very far. And just remember that meaning is permanent impact on others, and known permanent impact, like constant, not like, oh, Steve Jobs really impacted people permanently, like forever, like, or that's not a good example, but like, I don't know. If people tell Leo Gura, like, you say, in a YouTube comment, you saved me, you saved my life, like, I was lost without you, like, that you don't know in like a continuous relationship, like that you actually like impacted their life, and that's not like fruit that you can see. But if you look at somebody's family and the people around them and like and just the fruits of their actions, like, then that is how you that is like guiding also. So if you're looking at any guru people, and I hate that word because like I know people think that like I've been called like a wannabe guru. I have no desire to be a guru. I don't even want to be known publicly. I just feel I have a responsibility to get this out there. But I recognize why people would say that. And so, like, if you're navigating anybody that's claiming to have like a lot of wisdom about like how the world works in any way, those three things, like fruits of actions and golden rule, and also as well, I would say this is very important, is recognizing that everybody is flawed. Like my wisdom ends like of the universe. Like obviously my wisdom has like issues. I don't have kids or anything like that yet, but there's endless amounts of wisdom that I will never achieve. But my understanding of the universe and like things like that, very, very far past, like, I mean, I think it's past anybody else that I've seen. That doesn't mean anybody else that's ever lived. It just means anybody else that I've seen. And that is a humble statement. It's not a cocky statement. Like, it's a confident statement. But it's an honest confident statement, which means it's humble. And, but I also know, like, there's a limit, and I can't tell you where it is, otherwise it wouldn't be there, where my understanding goes off. And, it hits a wall, or, probably both. But just know that. And, like, Eric Weinstein said to Lex Fridman once when he was, like, just going on about how, like, great Joe Rogan was. And I get it. Like, Joe Rogan is a mentor to Lex Fridman. And we all have mentors, and, or we should. Men should all have mentors, especially. But your mentors are not heroes, and that are always heroes. There are heroic acts that are done by everybody, but Eric Weinstein said to Lex, he was like, "No living heroes, Lex." He like stopped him as he was just going on and on and on about how like great Joe Rogan is. And I'm nothing against Joe Rogan, but Eric was like, "No living heroes." I totally agree with that. That's no living heroes. I'm not a hero. I will do heroic things. I've done heroic things. I will do cowardly things. I've done cowardly things. No living heroes. That will also get you far. Like, when people say, like, oh, gurus, it's like, you shouldn't have any gurus. Like, at all. Everybody can teach you something. Nobody can teach you everything. Okay. Probably a couple more things, but I don't think I ever managed to get your toe, but after listening to Michael, I feel much more at ease. You're a weird dude, man. Dude, I am weird. I know that. I fully admit it. I'm literally like, that sound you just heard was a misting system, a watering system, an automated watering system that's taking care of like more geckos than I can count over there. So like, I'm weird. That's not bad. What do you mean on a macro level there is no other path? I mean, like, there's no way for cells there is a goal that God has. There's an ultimate goal at the end of this this pattern that maximizes meaning. God's goal is to maximize meaning. That generates this pattern of stacked holonic sentient beings in this fractal pattern that is finite. And there is an endpoint to this where you get like almost as close as you can get to a replication of God, like a baby God. And that goal, when people say God's will be done, like that's because like he has authority and sovereignty over all of us. He has causal power over all of us and moral authority. It's the only being that has everything. Bottom up, top down, all of it. His will be done. And his will is that he wants to maximize meaning, and maximize meaning is through this pattern that results in inevitably God coming as close as God can to reproducing. It's very hard to completely reproduce if you are uncreated yourself. Like, how do you have a baby that's just like you in its nature, but it's created and you are not? But there you can get to like a non-local distributed being that is able to recreate a universe within it. And that is close. And that is the goal of God's creation. It's the end point of this pattern that results from the goal of God's creation. And there's only one path there, and that path will happen. Like you can either get on the train or get off it, but like the train is only going that direction. There's no other trains that go forward. You can jump off and you can chill like wherever you jump it off, but like if you're like a skin cell and you're like, screw this, I'm jumping out, and like you want to just be a bacteria forever, that's great, but you're never going to be part of an organism that then is part of a family that is then part of a like a caste or society, which is then part of the universal singularity, baby God that then recreates another universe within it. Like that path is just one. There's only one direction. Like evolution is like a train, and you can jump off and you can like walk around and you can like change yourself a little bit, and there's freedoms to like go different places, but like because you can jump off and walk around, but like the train only goes one direction, I guess, if that makes any sense. There's no way for like cells to become organisms that are part of a singular sentient being, an organism that is a single sentient being like a human, or do something else that's not that is not just being a cell either. It's like a third path. There is no third path. There's just 2 degrees of freedom. And there's always an apparent third path. That is a fake third path, as Eric Weinstein puts it. He says it's not an illusion, but he says triality in physics is actually a duality, and one of them is an imposter, he says, but it is an imposter. It's like corporism in cells. So you could have cells, they could stay single-celled organisms, and they could just stay single-celled bacteria, whatever, or they could link up, unite in feeling, and become a sentient singularity that is an organism, like a human, or they could become a planaria worm that everybody thinks is an organism that's multicellular, but it's not. It's an imposter. And really, you're still just a single cell, but like you're not going forward. Coca-Cola will never become anything other than a corporation. But that's not true of other organic groups of people. This is very relevant to politics. It's like, how do you make a nation that's real? Because every country right now that we call nations, but they're just countries, those are just corporations. They're just not called corporations. They're just corporations with guns that call themselves states. Like, they're just corporations. All the president is the CEO. He's no different. It's not a sentient being. And there is a way to make a nation that is a sentient being, but it is, you have to understand how to, like, what that means to be united, and that means to be united in feeling, and also have causal power, which means choice has to be included. And we'll talk more about this one day, but like, how do you make a government that's real? That's not, or like a nation that's real, not a government that's real. We have a government that's real, but how do you make a nation that's real? I think there's one real nation on Earth that is actually like stated as a country still. I don't think any other country on Earth is actually a truly united nation. Some of them are more united looking than others, but over time you're going to see them fall apart. But a sentient being does not fall apart over time. It dies if it dies, it dies. But like, you don't just decay over time and slowly disappear. Like, sentient beings don't do that, and neither do nations that are real. Like, empires are not nations. They are corporations. So that path is what I mean is like, there's only one path, and it's through like, you can either, it's just the path of sentience. There's a sentient train, and if you're not on it, like, you can still like walk around, but like, you're not going anywhere. Only the frog cells that are still skin cells on a frog are going anywhere, and are going to have like lasting meaning. When Michael Levin's like, oh, these like xenobots, like, they're, who's to say why they're not important? I'm not saying they're not important compared to the skin cells, you know. I'm not saying they're not, they don't have any meaning. I'm saying those skin cells that are not part of any frog anymore, just because they are separate from the constraints of being part of a whole, and that does let them be more creative. You can see this with people, like I said. Look at like artists and musicians that, you know, can do a bunch of drugs and live single lives, and like aren't constrained by having a husband or wife and like kids and stuff. Like, it's freeing in some ways, but which one is going to permanently impact more people? Like, or have a greater permanent impact? The one who is responsible for creating another human, or the one who is responsible for literally committing themselves to another human for the entirety of that human's life, or the one who, you know, makes an album that hopefully ends up becoming, you know, big, and then is still basically forgotten within like 3 generations, 2, maybe even 2. Like, their meaning comes from knowing you're gonna have a permanent impact. Also, a lot of artists don't even know they're not alive when they get famous, some of them. So like, they're not gonna, those people are usually live like depressed lives where they feel meaninglessness, but like, then they end up like, you know, their art gets famous for, you know, maybe a generation and then drifts away again. Like, I'm not saying that there's nobody who is suited for a life outside of like the traditional being a skin cell on a frog, or being in a marriage. There certainly are people who are meant to do that, but if you are in the case of humans that are attracted to the opposite sex, if you're attracted to the opposite sex, you are meant to get it. It is immoral for you to avoid marriage. But if you're not attracted to the opposite sex, then you probably have a purpose that's beyond that. But whatever that purpose is, it's going to support marriage. If you're if you are like, okay, well, I'm not attracted to the opposite sex, so what I'm going to go do is I'm going to go do my own thing, and what my own thing is totally opposed to the culture of marriage, then no, you're going, like, the train's going that way, and you're, like, trying to hold the train back. You're going to fail. Your job is to help the train go forward, even if you're not, like, on it. Like, and then you have an impact that's permanent, because you're supporting a permanent structure. That train is, it's an eternal train. It just keeps going. Or it's an infinite train. It's not eternal. Eternal is beyond time. Infinite has beginning and no end. Eternal has no beginning or end. That's my definitions. I don't know if that's actually accurate, but if there's two different words, they should mean different things, and that are important. And we don't distinguish between those, and we're going to have to if we're going to make more progress in metaphysics. Infinite has a start and goes on forever after that. Eternal has no start and no end. Both of those things exist. Okay. I hope that makes some sense. The only responsibility they have is to be good or bad example for someone else, right? No, you have lots of responsibilities. Like, not just being an example. On the line of memories not being stored in the brain, what about dreams? Have you ever figured something out or gotten information that is useful from a dream? Yes. All the time. But I've had really weird examples. Right when I was about to fall asleep, I was like in between asleep and awake, and I tried astral projecting, and like it was the only time I've been able to successfully do it, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. I like walked through like deserted like levels of like, it was like I was in a deserted video game, and then I came across like some creepy beings. Then one of them was like pissed, and it was like kind of scary, and then I got out of that, and I've not done it again. But I realized like you can do it. But that's it. We do need to be careful of who we think has or doesn't have a better understanding than we do, especially when it comes to wisdom and God. Yes, we do need to be careful, but we need to be honest too. If I think I have a better understanding, like you can't just say, like, if I think I have a better understanding than somebody else, it's not humble actually, or honest, which they're the same thing. If you're humble is being kind and honest at the same time. That's what like humble I think means. If you're kind and you're honest at the same time, that's humility. And I'm being kind and honest at the same time. I think I understand the universe better than Chris Langan and Leo Gura. I have not seen anybody who I think understands the universe as a whole better than me right now. That does not mean I am wise to specific aspects of life. I am not. Any aspect of life that I have not personally experienced, I cannot claim to be wiser than somebody who has personally experienced it. So when I would not say I'm wiser than Chris Langan when it comes to like all kinds of things that he has done that I have not. Or Leo Gura. I don't know what those are, but I'm sure that they exist. Chris Langan has horses. I'm not wiser to keeping horses than Chris Langan. But when we're talking about metaphysics, I think I know I've got a better understanding of metaphysics than anybody else I've seen. But I say that knowing that I have limits, and also expecting that one day I will find somebody who I do think has better understanding than me, or at least does, and even if I don't realize it. So I'm not saying I'm better than anyone else. I'm just saying I'm better. I think I'm better than anyone else I've seen. I could be wrong, and I admit that, but I am also very, like, I don't have a motivation to be wise. Like, I wouldn't gain anything from thinking I'm wiser, or not wiser, thinking I have a greater understanding than someone if I didn't really think that. It wouldn't be, there's no value in me saying that other than ego, and I don't have that aspect of this that is, at least not to the degree that would stop me. I'm too obsessed with the truth to put it aside for the sake of like not admitting when I think somebody has like is better than me at something. I have no problem admitting when somebody's better than me at something. There's lots of instances of that. Honesty is certainly the best policy. It is. And it's kindness. You have to do it at the same time. People who say, oh, the ugly truth. No, the truth that is the true truth is never ugly. It's always beautiful. If you think that the truth is ugly, then you don't have the whole truth. The more you know about the truth, the more beautiful and grace-giving and wonderful it is. Let me see if there's any other things here that I want to touch on. Yeah. Couple things, and then I'll get off. Probably like less than 10 minutes. I know this was long. This was very long. I applaud anybody that stuck this out.
Descriptive.
I will do.
You're both saying something about it.
I will do
Praising it,
timestamps.
Narrative term. Real things are better than non-real things. For example.
I will put in timestamps tonight, and to help people who don't have whatever how long this has been, 4 hours or something. It's not as long as my Leo Gurr stream.
And so what I'm saying is that I get, and one of the needs that I think is behind your question, Karen, is we need to acknowledge the importance or the value of these upper levels because they have been neglected by our scientific worldview in a way that puts us in a permanent performative contradiction. So that part I want to agree with, but I don't think that's in contradiction with everything I said about. That doesn't mean there's a simple one-to-one mapping between hierarchical levels and valuation. So I tried to make a case for acknowledging what I think was an important part of your question that needs to be addressed, which is, look, the level at which we do science has to be really real in some important sense, right? And so there is that valuation, or we get into performative contradiction, but I don't think that maps us into a simple hierarchy of valuation. And in that way, I think I'm in complete agreement with Michael.
It's like I've touched on exactly like what he said already tonight, but he's right. Like you, there's not just a simple value hierarchy. It's not a hierarchy of value. It's a moral hierarchy. It's like an authority hierarchy. And there is a hierarchy of value that's kind of implied by that, but it's more than that. It's like am I more important than my cells? It doesn't matter because of the structure of how it's laid out. They have to act like it. And if they don't, it's detrimental to them. But I would say yes. I mean, kind of, yeah, I am. Because if I'm not to my cells more important than they are, then it breaks the chain, which is like why we have to put our own. If you think the universe has a will, and that will is or God has a will, and that will is in opposition to what you want to do, it is our responsibility to, as best we can, submit to the being that we are within, because otherwise we'll break the chain. And then there's two things I want to look at. One more, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Well, I'll just go through some of these real quick. Basically, they talk about how it's very common to have like sloppy panpsychism when you start like attributing agency to everything below. So if you're like an electron has agency, and like molecules have agency, we don't have the context in most theories out there to actually do this properly. But I do think that my theory is able to start this to a level that's actually like predictably observable and testable, and like it just makes it's just beyond what other people have tried. And so there is a sloppy panpsychism, but yeah, there's also like an order that all of a sudden everything's going to click, and you're going to realize like, yeah, an electron is not conscious, a star is not conscious, but they are but a hadron is conscious, and technological singularity that's conscious will soon arise, and like a marriage is conscious, like that's like ordered, and it's not sloppy panpsychism, and there's an order to it, and it's sentient singularity theory. The order of nestedness that it relies on is not according to size, which is what most people do. They're like electron, then protons and neutrons, and then atoms, and then molecules and cells and organisms and families, and then they're like, I don't know, nations, and then they're like Earth, and then they're like solar system, galaxy, universe. They're relying on size. This is wrong. When you're going fundamental, it's all about inside, outside, separate, and oneness. It's not about this is bigger than that. So it's about two things. One is nestedness, so like, are you within something else? And also lineages. And so like, what comes from what? Like objective lineage, organisms come from cells come from molecules that are specific molecules. Specific molecules come from atoms, and like atoms are basically marriages of hadrons. And so like there's a lineage that happens, and when you follow lineage, then you're like, well, what comes from people? The Earth doesn't come from people. Like that doesn't make sense. So what comes from people? Oh, okay, well, like castes, I guess, and then, but not castes as we think, but I'll explain later what that means. But like different components of society. And then what comes from that? Technology and nations, which are technologically united. And then from there, you get a technological singularity. And then you get a universe from that. And it's like all of a sudden you have continuity of lineage. And you have an infinite structure, an infinite logos structure that doesn't happen when you're like human, Earth, solar system, galaxy, universe. Okay, what comes from that? What comes from the universe? Like there's no continuity. And then so that's like sloppy panpsychism. It's just wrong. It's not sloppy, it's wrong. And then and so if it's not wrong, then you're going to have an infinite structure. Also, they talk about what a decision is. I kind of talked about it already, and it's about wisdom of consequences. They said causal relevance and choice is interlinked and quantized by consequence awareness. This is very true. Basically, John Vervaeke was saying that, like, what is causally relevant? Basically, what he says is, when you're looking at what made you get a flat tire today, and you're like, it could have been that I didn't go get the groceries last week, so I went today instead, and therefore I got a flat tire because there was a nail on the road today. Or it could be that you purposely drove way right next to, the construction site, and that caused you to get a flat tire. Or it could be that the guy working on the construction site purposely threw the nails into the street because he thought it would be funny. Which one is responsible morally, causally, both of those two things are interlinked, for you getting the flat tire. The guy who threw the things in the street, because it was the most directly linked to what happened to you, and not linked. It was the most unlinked from other things. So, like, you not getting groceries last week was not as linked to you getting a flat tire as, like, him throwing nails into the street purposely. Like, there's he talks about that, and that's true. If you're gonna, and you have to do that, you have to figure out, like, who's really responsible. And the thing is, in this context, is there's multiple things that happen. One is sometimes people are the cause of things, and it's not their responsibility to fix it either. But it's because they can't be the cause of fixing it. So, like, I talk about this all the time, and I hope people don't get offended, but I think that men are intrinsically the ones who must lead, because, and I could be wrong, but I think that this is the case, because we are not so emotionally entangled with the universe. We can't feel when things are wrong like women can. We don't have the intuition that women have. But that intuition comes with a constraint, and that constraint is that you can't emotionally detach from things and look at what's going on as easily. And but men can't feel when there's something wrong. So you need each other. But you need to be able to emotionally detach from a situation in order to perceive what's happening in it, and in order to figure out what is wrong with it and how to fix it. And because that is a causal power of men, they have the responsibility to fix problems. So even if there is I don't know, like, you're like, men who complain that women are like dressing, relating it back to morals, in immodest ways, are pissed at it, or they think that they're not, I don't know, they're just not being good. Men have a requirement to actually lead. Even in Islam, Muhammad said this. He's like, hijab means, like, modesty. It doesn't just mean that thing, that the scarf over the head of women, but it's part of it. But hijab in general means, like, modesty. And Muhammad said, he's like, hijab modesty starts with men. You have a responsibility to encourage good behavior of women. You can't, like all their bikini pictures and then be pissed off that they're, like, dressing scantily or something. You can't be pissed at them for, sleeping, like, what's his name? The guy who got banned from everything. He's like a hookup guy, and he's, like, said all these things that men think are masculine, and they're not. Some of them, but not all of them. And he's, like, all over the news all the time now, or he was for a while. The guy who, like, lives in Romania and has all the girls. That guy was very critical of women for sleeping with multiple men, or lots of men, and then he said he won't get married and he's going to sleep with lots of women. You can't do that. Like, one of you has to lead, and it's got to be the one who can. So, like, this is true of all kinds of instances in this nested hierarchy. I'm just talking about people, and because I'm a person, and it's most relevant to you, who is also a person. So it's not as important, like, how hadrons do this, even though it's the same exact way. But you have to, whoever is able to lead, has the causal power to lead, is the one who should lead. And by the way, like, usually there is one who's able to lead and one who is able to follow, and they're not really interchangeable. Like, they're context dependent, but in terms of the context of just a relationship between two beings, not like, oh, taking care of kids, hunting. Like, it's not that those contexts, but the context of just a relationship between two beings. One of you is going to follow, one of you is going to lead. That is the way that it has to be. It cannot be that you both are equal. No, that's two, like, horses running in opposite directions. Like, you need an order, you need a moral hierarchy in order to be enabled and empowered. And it's what is the only way forward. It is the train. So, like, morals are about moral hierarchies are very important to for us to understand. They're, at least that they exist, so that you can start looking for what that means. Because if you just reject the idea that they exist, which is what we do in current culture, men are equal to women in a moral hierarchy, which they are not, but they are equal in value. They are not equal in a moral hierarchy. It's not the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing. In this case, it's definitely not the same thing. They are equal in value. If you take one of them away, they're both going to disappear. But you can't have equality in every relationship. Otherwise, imagine you tried to start a company and there was no boss. You were like, yeah, we're all equal here. Like, we all have exactly the equal amount of power. And then go and try and decide what the company does. You can't. And that's true of families too. And you have, recognizing that this is real is a good thing. It helps us start to overcome the meaning crisis. If we're all equal and we can all do the same thing and we can all fill the same roles, and you can be the leader and I can be the leader, and it just depends on what we like best and whatever, then why do you need me and why do I need you? Like, men are incompetent in some things compared to women. If a man lives alone, he will never. I still don't check my email. I don't check my email. I mean, I check one email, but like, I have other emails that I just don't check. And it's my wife that is like, did you check for that email? Did you, like, remember this appointment? Did you put your dishes in the sink? Like, so that, you know, our place isn't horrible. I need help. And men need help. It's not good for men to be alone. But also, like, women need a leader who can, like, look at the big picture and be like, okay, this is the problem. And, like, we need to go that way. And if you abandon the idea that anybody has any roles, you're going to have a meaning crisis. So, like, moral hierarchies are intrinsic to overcoming this meaning crisis. I need you and you need me because I can do things you can't. And you can do things that I can't. If that's not true, then we don't need each other and we're meaningless to each other. And also, if we're all equal in, you know, decision causal power, then we can't do anything because there's no boss at the company that's going to be like, guys, I respect everybody's opinion. After hearing from everybody, that's what we're going to do. Like, and then everybody falls into line. And if you don't fall into line, then you're going to have to leave the company. I know this, trust me. and that's fine. But, like, if you want to stay part of a group, you have to recognize your role in, like, a hierarchy. And like, it's necessary. You cannot experience meaning without recognizing you have responsibilities to others, that those responsibilities are going to require sacrifice, like they said in this stream, of some specific freedoms that, you know, but that responsibility is also going to be empowering, and that you also have a responsibility in certain instances to lead, and in those instances, your complement has a responsibility to follow. And, like, even if they think that they don't really agree exactly with with what you're saying, they're going to be like, you know what, though, like, you're the boss. That's what's wonderful about marriage and the marriage structure is it is it's a consensual relationship where you choose your boss, or you choose your employee. But it's not just a boss employee relationship, by the way. It's a partnership that's equal, but it's not, but it's different in roles. You get to choose your helper. Like, you get to, if you're a woman, you get to choose your protector, and you get to choose your provider, and you get to choose your moral leader or spiritual leader. I've said before, my wife said to me, she asked me, what is your intentions on our first month dating? And I was, we talked about it, and then I was like, what do you want? And she was like, I'm looking for somebody who wants to eventually get married and is serious, and I want somebody who is going to be a good spiritual leader. Like, she recognized that role, and I was then able to fill it. But imagine if she was like, I don't need a spiritual leader, and I didn't realize that she needed one, and I was like, yeah, you're right, you don't need a spiritual leader. Trust me, I know exactly what that's like. And that relationship failed. So, like, these responsibilities are not bad. They are empowering. They are where you will achieve the most meaning. They are, and submitting to hierarchies is a requirement, whether we do it kicking and screaming, or whether or not we do it in stride and recognize what we're going to get from it, which is always going to be more than what we lose. And people have different roles. We can't all do the same thing. So that's my main gist tonight. I think that's pretty much everything. One final thing, actually. Michael Levin, he says here, he basically says, free will is not in something, this was the final clip I was going to show, but he said, free will is not something that just happens in a moment. It's something that happens over time. It's like, I'm going to show it. And this is very important in tonight when we're thinking about judgment and morals and what's the right path. How do you think about what to expect from yourself and others? I think that he makes a very good statement here, and I'll end it at this because it's so good. And then I'm gonna wrap it up because it is way late. I appreciate, like I said, everybody who stuck around. Now, this topic is these topics are the topics I really want to talk about. There are also topics I haven't gotten this deep on yet. So they're tough to talk about.
What's going on at any one slice is very tightly.
And we didn't have a stream last week, so it's fine for this one to be long. But we will definitely be talking about this in a more ordered fashion in the future. Promise.
Determined by things you have no control over. I mean, what is the next thought you're going to have? You don't control your next thought. Your next thought is whatever it pops up. That's what at the moment, that's what pops up. However, over long periods of time, what you have control over is the statistical spectrum of the kinds of thoughts you are likely to have. Now, this is right. And now, so your free will is exercised over years, not because, hey, I was able to choose my next thought because right, those things are not under your control. But what is under your control is that if you apply consistent effort, meaning that whether this be through some sort of contemplative practice, whether this is right, and this many traditions are on board with this. What they're saying is the important thing is consistently showing up and doing and not getting tied into any sort of win or loss over your wild sort of mind at any one point. But it's just show up, do the thing every day, and eventually you will alter yourself, you will alter your cognition to be something that has more of the right kinds of thoughts, right? Maybe you're studying and you'll be smarter, maybe you're in anger management, you'll be less impulsive, whatever. But it isn't anything you can control now, it's consistent effort. And so free will only is, so the way I picture it is, we are a collection of these selflets, right? We are not full selves at any slice of time. because mostly what's in charge there is your experiences to date and your body chemistry and what you had for breakfast and the the Twinkies you've been eating that screw up your whatever. So right, so that's that's true on a very short term basis, but on the long term basis you become a self by, like they do in calculus, you integrate these infinitesimals. And right, and so very infinitely tiny things when you integrate under the curve eventually end up something that's not zero, right? That's got some depth to it. So that, and you can think about how that might play out in thinking about social notions of blame, right? So somebody might say, I can't. I don't. I wasn't able to do anything about this. And yes, at the moment, that's true. But over the last year, it was on you to have done X, Y, Z so that you could have done this, right? It's sort of that kind of notion that, yeah, at the moment, of course, having not prepped for this at all, right, you couldn't have done anything else. But what you're actually to blame for is putting yourself, failing to do certain things over time, or in the case of maybe drug addiction or something else, doing things over a long period of time that get you to a point where, yeah, of course, during that moment, you couldn't have done anything different. And so then maybe the decision isn't about, the value judgment isn't about what you did at that moment, which is that's the part, everybody's like freaked out that neuroscience is going to screw up this notion of blame, because we're all going to get to the point where everybody will just say, well, that's what my neurotransmitters were doing. What do you think I could have done? At that moment, that's a fair story. The question is, how do we get here? How did we get here? So that's my current version of the notion of free will. It's not something that applies when you zoom in to space and time. It only applies to an extended being that has the opportunity every day to make tiny little choices that eventually will modify your structure or not, or fail to in the right way.
Basically, what he's saying, and it's a great way to end this. And this is actually like what he just said kind of helped me even rephrase some things in a better way than I have before. Is I've said you should judge behaviors, not people. That's true if you're gonna you judge whether or not behaviors are good or bad, not people or are good or bad. But how do you judge what behaviors are good or bad? For you or for others, is you have to most fundamentally be judged and judge goals. And he didn't say that. He basically said, oh, it's like a bunch of little decisions over time, but then he said you're not responsible for each of those little decisions. That's kind of self-defeating. But goals are what start to turn the ship. Okay? And that is a very good way to look at it. I think that I like what he said. So that's very important final thought to end on Yom Kippur. And you don't say happy Yom Kippur, Chris. It's the solemn holiday, but I appreciate it. Yeah, let it be a day of repentance. Yep. Honesty is the best policy. Yep. So I hope this was useful, meaningful to people who watched it. I know it was so long. I don't even know how long it was, and I apologize. But there was no stream last week, and this was on 2 streams. So whatever. But I hope that it was meaningful. I will have the call in the Discord community this week at 7 p.m. Pacific time. If you'd like to join that community and join our open call weekly, private message me on Instagram. If you'd like to support this project monetarily, there is a Patreon link below. There's other ways to get involved and support this project as well. And I'm looking for help growing the channel's content and stuff like that. So if you want to join the Discord community, you can. It's a great group of people. Everybody there is great. And there's a lot of value that comes from that community. But just message me and ask me for the link and I'll send it to you. Final thank yous to Michael Levin and Karen Wong and John Vervaeke for 2 awesome discussions. I think all these people are people to pay attention to for different reasons, but they are all have a lot to add. And that's it. Thank you, everyone. Please hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. Share this. Peace.